Like, these aren't like
the foreign exchange students had all the attention back then. We loved it. Everybody knew him. He was cool.
But like,
no reason to make that up.
He's far away from home. He's just trying to find a way to fit in.
There's an easier way to go back home if you're homesick than to make up an alien story, I think.
All right, we're presented by Progressive Insurance. If you want to talk about cutting Washington off of Mount Rushmore, aliens or dating apps, you can 888-SAY-ESPN. Joe Fortenbaugh joins the fray next.
Martha was ready to switch to a career in IT.
There's always a need for IT specialists, especially with AI coming out and cybersecurity. It's practically recession-proof.
My Computer Career even provides job placement help.
The career specialists, they're very helpful. They care about you as a person. You're not just a number to them. I would recommend My Computer Career wholeheartedly to anyone.
Take the free career evaluation today. Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. Not available in Washington State.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. Tim McKernan
Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt filling in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. It is a program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour, and you are welcome to participate in the program texting in the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646, emailing in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and the YouTube chat is youtube.com/TMASTL. Download the TMASTL app. It's presented to you by the Schaefer Door Company and the great Jason Gosrow of Schaefer Door Company. And then you can listen to the program anytime you would like. Big program today. This is the one you wanted, Doug. This is the one you got.
What do we have?
Let's see. We got Robert Thomas, Joey Vitali, Gabe DeArmond,
yes,
and your former cohort at News 4 St. Louis, Jeff Ablan, coming in.
Okay, well, that'll be fun. He's always a good time.
He brings a little energy to the show, liveliness. Looks a bit like that Joey Fortino, the gambling guy. In fact, I was looking up at the screen this morning.
From ESPN.
Yeah, the gambling. Is he kind of their insider for gambling? I don't know. But
I don't know. If the guy was really an insider for gambling, he wouldn't be working in broadcasting.
He looks a bit like Jeff Ablan. And I looked up this morning and said, that's right, Abe's is going to be here.
This fella Ablan, he's a slave to fashion.
Yeah.
I enjoy a little bit of wetness, too.
Okay, come on.
What's wrong with that?
Will he be Natalie clad on this Friday, December the 27th?
I would certainly assume so.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Doug, I'm getting support in the Air Comfort Service text line.
Oh, no.
Is that Tim in there? I wasn't expecting Tim. This is like winning tonight's $1 billion Mega Millions jackpot. What would you rather have, the $1 billion?
Yes.
Hold on, I didn't even give you the...
Okay, the other thing is you in here.
Right.
You're asking me if I would rather spend 4 hours with you or win $1 billion?
That's I thought we would take calls.
Okay.
974. What is it? It's actually 974.
9690590
for calls bit. So how about that finish of that Bears game? 9740101.
Do you guys buy the lottery tickets when it gets up this high?
Oftentimes here at Hubbard there is a syndicate. Would you call that?
I guess you could say
I haven't gotten emails about the syndicate now that I think about it. Yeah. Usually we've been doing this here ever since we got here.
I bought some for the last one, last week.
Did you win?
Did not. You have, I read once where you have just about the same chance of winning as if you just put the winning lottery ticket on one front door anywhere west of the Mississippi. But the number of people...
So like 2% then?
No, it's like 1 in 88 million or something. Almost 1 in 90 million.
I didn't follow that. What was it?
Like every house, every apartment, wherever everyone lives, one lottery ticket in west of the Mississippi. That's your chance. But you have the house or you have the home where the winning lottery ticket would be.
Rich Gould liked playing the lottery. He'd leave in the middle of the day. I got to go get some lottery tickets.
Just in the middle of the day?
Yeah. Go grab a few. You know... His wife just followed me on Twitter.
Oh, is that right?
Patty Gould.
She going after Zach Ertz now?
She's on there just to get mad at Dan Orlovsky. But I noticed she followed me on Twitter, and I thought, well, I should follow her back. Rich doesn't follow her. It's his wife, and she's following me. And I noticed he doesn't follow her, and she's on there promoting the book. There's a snake down there. I'm like, you think he could at least retweet his wife?
She probably has some hot takes, I would think.
Get the mittens out.
The number is 1 in 302 million per the Pensacola porpoise, and he runs the Gallup Foundation, so we did a Gallup poll.
1 in 300 million?
That's what the Pensacola porpoise is reporting in the Air Comfort Service text line.
That's almost the entire country.
We finna be rich.
Well, we would be. Yeah. So there's, 330 million or so in America?
I just did a Chevy Chase spit take inadvertently when I looked in the text inbox.
I've avoided it so far. I'm gonna hop in there.
Yeah, see what it's doing. Guys, it's crazy that the final score of the game was the same as Tim's height, 3-6. It's from the 636.
Oh. Got him. I was going to ask Tim if he'd ever gone hitchhiking, since that was a big theme yesterday. And I don't recall how it came up, but we ended up taking a lot of hitchhiking jokes and stories.
There were a lot of hitchhikers in the audience?
Well, I think people that had done it in the past.
You probably have to be over 50 to have ever done it.
Is that right?
I think
I
so.
feel like when I interview people for Sound Story, oftentimes you've probably experienced this, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
They tell stories of going to high school or college or traveling back from college, or if they got back from, service, that they hitchhiked, and then it was just commonplace.
Mm-hmm.
That's I guess maybe it was something, probably in the more 70s and then before, I gather.
Yeah, that's true.
The construction company, Cosney Wagner, I did an interview with the founder of that, and the two partners, Cosney Wagner, both went to St. Mary's, but they said the bus would drop them off, and you'd still be a mile away from the school. They said every day they hitchhiked the last portion to get to high school, and they said after a while, it was, people going to work that knew them and just started picking them up on a regular basis.
Yeah, that works.
But can you imagine being the parents? All right, you take the bus, and when you get off, then you hitchhike the rest of the way.
Yeah. Well, they didn't care back then. I mean, my parents let me get on the Redbird Express, that bus that you'd pick up at, Crestwood Mall, when I was, middle school with a friend.
And where would you go? Downtown?
To Busch Stadium, to Cardinal games. Redbird Express. Would you let your kid get on a bus to go downtown today?
Probably not.
No, you wouldn't even think about it.
969-059.
It was common back then.
What's your Mount Rushmore of unsafe commutes?
That would be number one now.
Okay. It's right up there.
You're welcome to give us your Mount Rushmores by texting. And Martin, you were saying they were giving Mount Rushmores on the program leading into us?
Well, I've done a lot of shows with Frank, and I know one of the things we would go to, let's say there wasn't a lot to break down from the night before. We did have the Motor City Bowl, whatever they call it now, that went to 6 overtime. Or was it 7 overtime? Whatever.
6, I think.
6 overtime.
The Toledo game?
That game.
Toledo Pit.
It was a Toledo vehicle. They got to play up the street in Detroit. It was the Motor City Bowl, that whatever it is now. But when there's not a lot to break down, then you can always break out a Mount Rushmore.
Sure.
And Mount Rushmore of St. Louis sportscasters. Okay. Zipper Zeppa for sure is on the list. Don't overlook Ed McCauley. So you do a breakdown, and then people call in and debate it. Well, driving in the show before us, they were debating Mount Rushmore and who should really be on it.
Oh.
So I said,
So they were going political.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, so they were debating whether George Washington belonged on there or not. And then one of the guys said, what about FDR? And I said, well, it was actually constructed while he was the president. He hadn't really put in his time yet. But I thought, this is jumping the shark when you have a Mount Rushmore of Mount Rushmore.
And somebody suggested a whole new mountain. We just start over.
Yeah, start over.
Or have another 4 presidents.
So you were listening to this as well?
I heard just for a second or two, yeah.
I like the sample on the way in.
And it sounds like you were rewarded handsomely.
Yes, gave me some topics here. I actually went to Wikipedia and started reading about Mount Rushmore.
Oh, no.
How long it took and who started it. And it was a U.S. senator from South Dakota, got federal funding, Doug. 2 million visitors annually.
Yeah.
I really did read up on it.
It just feels like the kind of place you drive and drive and drive forever and get there and look at it and go, okay, that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
Where's the gift shop? All right, let's go.
Oft times in my TikTok algorithm, things that are quote-unquote overrated or underrated by whoever's trying to gain traction with their particular account. And one that pops up, most overrated tourist destination is Mount Rushmore.
Right, is it? Yeah. It wasn't enough.
Unfortunately, oft times I also see the gateway to the West.
Oh,
No.
Yeah.
no.
I'm sorry to say that. Hey, guys, in 8th grade, a buddy and I rode our bikes from Crestwood to Busch Stadium for a day game. Let's just say our parents were not happy with us. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but Jackson himself is not attracted to.
That's a long ride. Crestwood to Busch Stadium on a bike?
Yeah, that'd take you an hour.
What's the route there, Doug? You go down to Watson a long way and then start cutting over?
Probably, yeah, Watson as long as you can go. Till it turns into Chippewa.
Then you just go
At some point
across
you gotta
Kings
make a
Highway.
left. Yeah.
See, now this is why you break down Mount Rushmore. This is what happens. This is what happens. We've got a Blues game tonight. Preds are in town. Can't wait. Haven't been home in a while. Looking forward to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 3 of the next 4 here on
969.
home ice. We'll take your calls on that on the schedule.
You're welcome to participate in the program anytime you are looking for fun and games here. Chairman Kurt taking calls, 314-974-0101. Martin, you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company. He's fourth generation. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Martin's a client as well, and you've experienced the glory that is Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling.
It's great to have a company that's been around St. Louis for a long time, and that's 1904. That's a really long time, and longest-running TMA sponsor. I like to say call them anyway. Longest-running TMA supporter. They've been taking care of folks in town. Thousands and thousands of satisfied customers. You know they've got a great name. You can ask around. If you worked with Design Air like I have, you know you're going to be satisfied with the service. They get in, get the repairs done, and get out. There's that pressure a lot of them try to apply. Oh, we got to replace it. If it just needs a repair, they're going to repair it. You will be pleased with the service at Design Air. Seth Goldcamp and family, keeping you warm in the winter, cool in the summer. It's DesignAirService.com. Get online, set up an appointment, even if it's just sort of, it's not quite on the fritz. Doug, do the kids say on the fritz?
I'm not sure they say that anymore.
Okay, but if it seems like it's on the fritz, or if it's not working properly, call our friends at Design Air. Simply go online, set up your appointment at DesignAirService.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor the email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Your dossier for today, Robert Thomas, Joey Vitali, Gabe DeArmond in studio, is Jeff Ablan at 9 o'clock, who Doug worked with at News 4 St. Louis. Plus our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, drops of the week. Now, I'm intrigued to get this one here from you boys. This is something I started doing way back when we had the website for Inside STL. InsideSTL.com. Started that in 2005. Now, if you go to InsideSTL.com, it just redirects to TMASTL.com. And the questions were the following. And I don't know how you would answer this year.
No, I wouldn't know.
Best St. Louis sports moment of 2024. Worst St. Louis sports moment of 2024. And St. Louis sports person of the year. Ponder those questions. We'll take a break. Sure. And we'll come back and we'll talk it over next. Here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour. This is 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program's on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett is vacationing in the Hamptons. All right, you boys, we're starting to do some handiwork. I asked the audience to partake as well. You can text in best St. Louis sports moment of 2024, worst St. Louis sports moment of 2024, and who would get your St. Louis sports person of the year. Best moment, worst moment, sports person of the year.
It's not easy this time.
No.
Because it's been a really rough year. I guess mine are mostly Mizzou-centric. That counts, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think the best moment might have been Brady Cook returning to the field to lead Mizzou to a win.
It's not a bad play.
That was the first thing that popped into my head.
Yeah.
It's not a bad play.
Yeah. Him being in St. Louis, and I
The
guess
hospital
I can get away
game.
with
The hospital game.
They call it the hospital game.
that. Yeah. I can't think of anything else that really jumps out. It was such a dismal Cardinal year. Not much better with the Blues.
Or City. They fired their coaches.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all I got.
Martin, you got anything that's popping into your head?
Well, the Battlehawks playoff loss was tough.
Mm-hmm.
Mizzou losing.
For the record, that was being replayed on FS1.
What was?
The Battlehawks in San Antonio. It was being replayed 2 nights ago.
We thought for sure they'd fix that so they could get a win.
Why?
My wife and I were lying in bed like, what are we going to wind up watching here? And I'm scrolling around. I go, San Antonio at St. Louis. I go, what in the hell are we playing in? And I go, oh, my God. That's an XFL playoff game they're replaying.
UFL.
I apologize.
UFL. Mizzou losing 19 in a row, but that's not a moment.
Yeah.
A great moment. It should be obvious that there's one that, getting to a tournament. No, it didn't happen. Winning a playoff game for the Blues. No, it didn't happen.
I can't think of a walk-off home run to win a big game.
I'm sure there was a Goldschmidt homer here or there that was fun.
We got one with Tommy Pham returning to St. Louis with a grand slam.
Yeah.
So remember that?
Yeah, kind of. I remember Lance Lynn telling me he never played with Tommy Pham, so he didn't want to do the interview. I walked away, got on Baseball Reference, like, they were teammates for 4 years.
I don't know if this isn't yours, Doug. It says best sports moment, Tim being absent, or worst sports moment, Tim being absent from yesterday's show. Best sports moment, Tim returning today, and sports person of the year, Tim.
Oh, for heaven's sake. And your dad got the number.
It seems fair. I got to say, I don't have a counter to it at this point.
Best St. Louis sports moment. So right now, that's
I think it has a chance.
Best St. Louis sports moment was when Brady Cook came back from the hospital in the game. Worst moment, Ali Marmol signed to an extension. That is live. I would actually call that the most surprising moment. That was. Still I want a 30 for 30. I don't know if it warrants a 30 for 30, maybe like a 5 for 5. But I'd like to know what was really going on. I doubt I'll ever find out what was really going on there. But, spring training was going so well, and they loved the rotation that you got to give a guy who finished in last place an extension.
I might say the worst sports moment was Whitey Herzog dying, because I just love talking.
Well, for the record, I agree with that. I understand what you're saying. We always, but I didn't put that disclaimer out there, always would take deaths out of because, how can you compare like a game to a death? But yes, when you have...
I just miss talking to him.
We had a number of Cardinal passings in the last 4 years. If you take a look at as a matter of fact, that picture
I
that's
see it
sitting
every
right
day.
there. I know the audience doesn't know. So who's in that? Martin?
You
What do we
have Bruce Sutter, Bob Gibson, Red Shandings, Stan Musial, Whitey Herzog, Lou Brock, and then the Wizard. And everyone is passed, and they're all in their red coat. It's an awesome
Except
picture.
Ozzy.
Except everyone except Ozzy. He turned 70 yesterday.
Wizard. And with
But
the
it happened
exception of
quick.
Musial, all of them were within the last handful of years.
Yeah, it's been rough. Well, they're men of a certain age. They're all 70 or older, so it does happen.
Yeah. Real talk. Doug, do you like when a text
I
starts
hate
off?
it. Don't even read it. Don't be bothered with it.
The fact that you guys are glossing over all of the Missouri Chiefs accomplishments is alarming. That's from Flip Wilson. That's true. I mean, we have a Super Bowl this year.
Mizzou, Kansas got a vote. It was a fun game.
Okay.
I mean, the truth is, there's no obvious winner other than a Cardinal moment here or there. Hey, that was fun. You had a down year for City, down year for the Blues.
Yeah, it's been one of the worst years that I can ever remember, or in recent memory anyway.
Sports person of the year. I mean, popular, having an impact. I mean, Mason Wynn, I'm excited about his future, but there is no obvious Arenado, Goldschmidt. Usually one of your star Cardinal players is the easy play. Blues players, yeah. I mean, Robert Thomas, if he's listening.
I've got to vote for A.J. McKernan.
His exit was probably the worst moment, Tim. An unpleasant moment.
I think maybe you go back to Mizzou. I think maybe it's Brady Cook. I mean, this was the most compelling sports team in our area for the whole year, really, Mizzou. I mean, we lived and died by almost every play of the season with what he did. I think it might be him.
I'm really put to the test. Usually, I mean, I put to the test across the board for all three. And we're getting a large number of texts on the topic, and it's not like one has been sent in that I go, oh, yeah, that'll be. Nate the Great's got to vote for Brett Bielema as the St. Louis Sports Person of the Year. We include Columbia, we include Champaign, we include all points in between, Missouri, Missouri State, St. Louis University, Illinois. I don't know if Illinois fans would necessarily view it as such. It was a nice surprise.
Illinois sports, just for whatever reason, doesn't seem like St. Louis sports to me.
Oh, no.
It just doesn't. I know you feel differently if you live on the east side.
You've been bringing up this topic for years. Is this one of the more difficult times you've had trying to come up with them? Usually there's something that stands out.
It's the toughest year. I mean, I've done this 15 years. And that's why I was thinking to myself, I don't know which one to go with. I mean, there isn't even something that's in consideration, because in order to have a worse sports moment, you have to have a game that matters. And I think the game that probably had the most potential to matter was the Missouri-Texas A&M game. And, you know, you saw what happened there. There wasn't a whole lot of excitement in that game.
Mm-hmm. I thought the South Carolina game may have mattered, and giving up that last touchdown might be the worst.
Yeah, I'll concede that point. It depends on what your perspective is. I'm of the opinion that Missouri, and I would imagine most people now would agree that there was 0% chance Missouri was getting in. But I think some Missouri fans, like if you think Missouri really beat Ohio State last year, you think that Missouri really would have gotten in the college football playoff. Those two mindsets are aligned. I'm on the other side of that. Missouri did not really beat Ohio State last year, as in the real Ohio State, and I do not believe that Missouri was going to go into the college football playoff had they beaten South Carolina. But I know a lot of people view it that way, so I concede that.
Could the best moment be the Cook to Burton touchdown? Just
that's a nice play.
In the moment,
that's a nice play.
What an unbelievable, clutch, exciting play as far as your sports fandom. That may have been the best moment. Mm-hmm. Even though it didn't lead to a win. But in that moment, that was about the coolest thing that could have happened.
And in 162 games, we can't come up with one moment that the Cardinals had?
Now, the Pham grants, that's actually a decent play in terms of a moment. Because he gets, at the time, I think you were still hoping that the Cardinals would have a little bit of a second-half surge, and him coming over was going to give him that lift. And then
it wasn't much else that really made you remember it a day later.
That's correct. And then he ended up on the Royals, maybe?
He's played for about everybody.
Oh, my God.
On the worst list, you talked about Whitey Herzog passing away. Have you seen the baseball players that have died just this year? Some of the huge names, some of the best ever. Ricky Henderson, Willie Mays, Pete Rose, Orlando Cepeda, Louis Tiant, Fernando Valenzuela. It's been a horrible year.
And what was Ricky Henderson? He wasn't that old.
65, sir.
But what was there a cause of death?
Was not announced.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's been a rough year. Rough year all the way around.
That's a tough list. Yeah. I would prefer multiple choice, Tim, in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually we, like, for example, now 2011 is an extreme, and if we have a year better than that because of that, the caliber of that World Series, then we're quite fortunate. But the debate, and I recall interviewing Freeze about it, the debate was, because I always isolate on a moment. Most people, and I understand it because they're much more mentally healthy than I am, would go, oh, Game 6, 2011 World Series. And I'm like, Doug, watch this.
No. I hear that. Yeah.
Moment. And if you're going moment, do you go the triple or do you go with the home run?
That's a toss-up.
And so I asked the guy who hit it.
Yeah.
And he said, triple. They said, how about that? And I said, I agree with you, because you go from being one strike away to losing the World Series to a home run in a tie game. Now, don't get me wrong. incredible. And in a lot of ballparks, I think the triple is actually a walk-off home run, which would have taken it to another level. But then at the same time, then you don't have Hamilton's home run, Berkman's hit, and then Freese's home run that would follow. But if you isolate to point being, there were obvious moments in 2011.
For almost every player in the history of baseball, either of those moments would have been the best moment they've ever had in their career.
Yeah, he had them in an hour.
Yeah.
We had the skipper calling the bullpen, bringing in the wrong guy. I still don't understand what happened. He wanted Zepchinski, but they got Lance Lynn.
I'm sure you've asked him.
I don't think we've talked about it.
Really? I you guys just talk.
Wasn't somebody using the
must
restroom
have.
at the time? I thought someone was maybe in the bathroom at the time.
All I know is the ticket in Dallas. I think Charlie heard it. And the next day, he's like, dude, you should have heard it. They did a fake Tony on the Dallas sports radio with a just ridiculous.
This wasn't you.
No, and this was a ridiculous Italian accent as told to me by Charlie. And the guy said, hey, it's Tony LaRusso calling to the bullpen.
Dick Vitale impression.
Send me in Zepchinski. Did he say Lance Lynn? Zepchinski. And they did this whole thing about how confusing it was to bring in the right pitcher. 2011 Mizzou. Oh, this is on point, Tim.
What do we got?
2011 Mizzou. Would that have been
2011 Missouri?
2011 Mizzou. Was that James Franklin's first year? I believe around that time he was the Mizzou quarterback. He's making a comeback. Did you see this?
James Franklin was actually on the 2010 team. He was in for a play when they beat Oklahoma when they were #1. Actually,
So then Gabbert leaves in the draft of 2011.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so then Franklin's the guy. He's making a comeback at West Virginia. We stumbled into this yesterday. He's 33, and by all accounts, I direct messaged him. He did not respond, Doug, as a follow-up to yesterday.
Okay.
But he's trying to play. I don't understand it completely. Then again, I saw Connor Bazelak playing last night for Bowling Green. He played for Mizzou in 2019, Doug. Wrapped up his college career last night in 2024, his 6th college season. So I guess anything's possible, but I think that James Franklin is real. Anyways, I was thinking of 2011 other than the Cardinals. Blues, was there any, the Cardinals obviously. I'm just saying how good was that year on the whole? It was a bad Rams year, right? That was the end of Spagnuolo. Did anybody else have a good year in 2011? Wouldn't it be like in...
I can't remember the years, Martin.
Sorry. Sorry, I didn't know.
We're going back 13 years now.
I was just curious about what other teams were doing. The Cardinals were obviously the story.
Yeah.
But I wondered what else we were treated to. That would have been a 2-14 Rams season, maybe.
Yeah, the thing about 2011 is, obviously everything was Cardinals, and you could just, there were so many different moments. To narrow it down, we would always do a top 5. And so you could go into even the NLDS, Carpenter, Halladay. You could go into the night they clinched after being so far back.
The squirrel.
Of course, the rally squirrel. Take your pick. And then this year, I have no clue. Missouri, Kansas getting a few votes. But, I think the Brady Cook Hospital game. But, yeah, locally, if you're talking about in the city limits, because some people go, well, what? Hold on a second. Columbia doesn't count. Champaign doesn't count. For the purpose of the poll we would do, we would always include those, even if one would, not include them. For the purpose of the poll on the show, we would always include it. And it puts a man to the test. And then sports person of the year, I don't know.
Somebody on the text line is suggesting Jason Tatum winning an NBA championship. Does that count for St. Louis? Can we take credit for that?
He's from St. Louis.
It's kind of borderline.
Then you got Matthew Tkachuk hoisting the chalice.
Yeah.
Maybe
we just give it to Chaminade.
The duo, yeah. It's sports person of the year, Chaminade alumni director. I always thought that'd be a fun job for fundraising at Chaminade. Like, let me just see if I can get Matthew to cough up, and I'll try Tatum. My Rolodex has like 3 or 4 numbers.
Bradley Beal might have $50 million to cough up.
Oh yeah, I think he's
David
building.
Lee.
I think Beal's redoing their gym. In fact,
is he?
9-6.
Yeah, wasn't he going to start a big athletic complex somewhere too?
Yeah, I think the one that was going to overtake the Mills.
Yeah,
I think that was an initial plan.
Yeah, it's nice that they come back and take care.
Thank God they did what they did. The Tatum Kachucks to give us a little fun last summer.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah. Well, so we didn't come up with very good answers, did we?
No, it's a tough one.
Sports Person of the Year, the President of Baseball Operations for his great vision to rebuild the Cardinal way. That's from Martin's Dangly Bits.
Well, I don't think he's going to get a lot of support with that.
But you could do one of those things in which you know, sometimes the person of the year for whatever awards isn't necessarily the most popular.
Yeah.
You know? So then that could be, if you want to go that route.
Maybe this is recency bias, but it seems like nobody was really under the microscope more than Brady Cook in terms of playing on the field. That he's the one that we really, week to week, we're hoping to see succeed, and we're disappointed when he didn't, and we're thrilled when he did.
Probably could have or should have been Luther Burden, like with a monster year. If he had put up huge numbers, then we could say, oh, man, he's going to be drafted high, and he had this monster final year, but the numbers just weren't there.
Yeah, they couldn't figure out a way to get him the ball, which seems like coaching malpractice to me, but oh well.
The Sports Person of the Year is Gangster Army for stealing players from Edmonton. That's from the 618. How about that?
And I think they're being serious, right?
Oh, sure.
In a lean field, that's going to get some votes.
Nate the Great gives it to Bo Prabula, Doug.
Well, he hadn't made a play yet.
Played against Wisconsin for Penn State.
Tim missed my Cousin Sam breakdown yesterday. Cousin Sam studies college football and says Bo Prabula is not much of an upgrade at all over Brady Cook.
Oh, is that right?
He said he's a great runner, not very accurate. And he said you can use him in the red zone kind of like you could do with Tim Tebow. Mm-hmm. But he's not on board at this being a huge get for Mizzou. Now, that's just Cousin Sam, but he loves this. He breaks this stuff down.
Wow. So he's like a big college football guy? Is that
If he consumes a lot of.
If he's as good as Brady Cook, I mean, you have to probably accept that because when healthy, Cook was pretty good. You could do a lot worse.
I think the idea was, oh, my God, we got Bo Prabula, and he may end up being outstanding. I'm not saying he isn't. I don't know enough about it. But Cousin Sam just loves college football. He gave me Christmas Eve a full breakdown.
Who did he like the most in the portal?
I don't know that we talked about it, but he went into an in-depth about
like as far as quarterbacks go.
Yeah, no, I don't know if he wanted Miller Moss. I don't know who it was, but he just said, I don't think this is going to make Mizzou.
Who is his cousin
different.
Sam, and why is he chirping?
He's my cousin and former doctor that loves college football.
A former doctor?
Well, he's retired. It's not like he was kicked out of the profession. He was studying too much college football. They're like, hey, did you get to those x-rays? No, I'm listening to the New Heisel podcast.
You're no longer board certified.
Right.
Cook won 20 games the last 2 seasons, so think we would take that. That's from Strap-On 18.
Yeah, I think he
Martin,
probably
that's
would.
the 18th Strap-On.
Okay. Is there a 19th? Like the 19th? Like the 19th hole?
The only one that texts in is Strap-On 18. EDF is a sponsor of TMA. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor? TMA, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. You're welcome to participate in the conversation. Best St. Louis sports moment of the year by texting in 314-399-9646 or participating in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. There's also a 101 ESPN YouTube chat if you would like to participate in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. And, of course, you can call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. But, Chairman Kurt, are you able to even take the calls?
If I see it out of my peripheral here, I could.
Doug, do you like that
up?
out of my peripheral?
I didn't mind it, I guess.
Is it peripheral or periphery?
Nurse?
I kind of got caught in the middle there. I wasn't sure which way to go.
Both can apply.
Peripheral vision.
Yes.
But something's on the periphery.
So it's like an adjective versus the noun?
Oh, it could well be.
God, education.
Peripheral vision, adjective. My periphery, noun.
Let's go with that.
Okay. If I see it, I'll try to grab it.
Enough with the Brady Cook and Mizzou, Doug. That's some Swayze possible burner.
I just think it's by default, just because there's so little to choose from other places.
I do too.
Guys, Michael Gersh did some great things with those special projects. That's from Nate the Great.
What special projects are we talking about specifically?
The Post Malone and Jelly Roll concert.
Well, that'll bring in some
calendar.
cash, sure.
So he's the VP.
The calendar with no players in it.
correct.
Cardinal Cowboy?
He's lying.
Sports person of the year?
What the hell's the new guy doing? Are we revisiting 2011 and sports stories from 13 years ago?
Oh.
KG, bring up some smut ASAP.
Okay.
That's from Wes Sutter of USA Mortgage.
That's enough. Why drag USA Mortgage into this?
Did he add his own livery to the end?
Some of these guys attach their place of business to their text.
Now, what actually is the deal is I learned this from the balloon party experience, that their company, since this is a Google messaging service, some people's names are saved by their businesses. And so that's how I got to know the Grape Ape Auto Detailing. And I just thought that was like a texter name, but that was his business. And then I think he enjoyed that his business's name was getting read because nobody else on 101 ESPN would like read the names. And then I think one time somebody wrote in to like MF me and Jackson, and it was a pastor from his church.
Oh.
Okay, interesting.
And I read it, not like trying to expose him. And then the guy's like, now hold on a second. And I'm like, well, you know, maybe want to look in the mirror on that whole deal.
Yeah, what is the legality there? Do you have the right to read their name, I guess, if it comes in that way?
I think I didn't read his name. I think I read the church. I think it was the church, not necessarily like, you know, the reverend.
The parishioners could probably figure it out from there.
Online, he calls himself Sebastian for Youth.
He wasn't. It was not Sebastian for you. It was the church. How about this one for best moment? Missouri voters getting the gambling votes across the finish line. So that could be the best moment. The St. Louis sports. We are the St. Louis sports people of the year, Doug. At least if you voted yay.
Well, I don't know. I guess it could. I think people who were gambling were probably already gambling. I'm not sure it changed their lives a whole lot. Made it easier, but I'm not sure it changed it a whole lot.
I think I'm going to get some better numbers, is what I think I'm going to get.
When we went to break,
they'll be able to shop the market a little bit.
When Tim handed out the assignment and we had sort of our chalk talk moment during the break, we were all we were all scribbling. I kept thinking, I know I'm overlooking something. I know I'm.
That's what I was waiting for the text inbox. That's what I'm saying. For any of them.
There wasn't a big, huge Blues comeback win or a Cardinal walk-off that made you think this team's really got it.
I think in the moment, I think the fam hit. You thought, oh, all right, maybe he'll give us a lift.
If you're going to go in the moment without knowing what wound up happening, which is why, like, Albert Pujols' home run off Brad Lidge, you isolate it in the moment. I mean, it was incredible. They then lost the next game, so it loses its impact. Same thing would have happened with Freeze's home run, you know, if they would have lost the next night. But in the moment, I think that there's something to that, because I do recall thinking, okay, they're about to take off. And then I think they got, like, swept in Wrigley the next series or something, and it spiraled from there. And I agree, Martin, on the Burden, South Carolina catch. You can say that about the strip sack against Oklahoma the week before that one, if you want to isolate into moments, you know, not knowing the outcome. So, yeah, I would agree with that. I think if you want to go impactful, looking back on certain moments, I would say I'd be curious what that game against A&M would have looked like if they didn't pick up the defensive pass interference flag out of nowhere on Missouri's first drive when they would have had 1st and 10, like at the A&M 15. But, you know, crap happens. You got to overcome it and not pack it in. You know,
but was that the worst sports moment, that game? Just the deflating nature of it? Because Mizzou football was the only hope for 2024 to be team
once
that
you see that, and you know, as I always say, love the Colonel, but I remember he's like, no, you didn't lose anything outside of your room for air, and I'm like, yeah, you did. That will be, when you get blown off the field like that, that will be litigated if you're in the mix for a final spot, which means they're going to have to win and win impressively, and obviously cannot lose, because 10-2 with that loss on your resume is devastating. Because if you're already considered to be borderline and you're not old money in college football, they'll blow you out of the water. They'll find I mean, they tried to do it with one-loss Indiana team, you know? So
The nature of that loss sort of took Mizzou out of the conversation.
Meanwhile, Alabama is getting litigated, and they lost by 21 points at a crappy Oklahoma team, but they're old money, so the game changes for them. Missouri's not in that category. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-374-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you're always welcome to participate in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Chairman Kurt with a Sports Center update brought to you by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet. The Blues back in action tonight after a mini break. Puck drop at 7 p.m. You can hear the pregame right here on 101 ESPN at 6. This has been another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt, in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett here on the program. This is 101 ESPN and YouTube. You can watch the program and participate in the chat with friends of the feather, like the delectable Danny Pentaro. Doug, he played Jonathan on Who's the Boss?
I guess.
And his sister was Sam, played by the delightful Alyssa Milano.
I don't know how delightful she was.
And Judith Light was Danny Pintaro's mom, Angela. And, of course, Tony Danza played the role of Tony Maselli, who was Sam's father. He was a housekeeper after playing second base for the Cardinals.
Happens.
Let me educate the fellas about something, all right?
Usually if you only make 20, 25 million or so in a brief career, you're going to need to find work somewhere else taking care of other people's kids.
That's correct.
You see it way too often.
Yeah, Luis Alisei actually does some
they're just not prepared for life.
in my neighborhood.
After becoming instant millionaires, they're just not prepared.
The Tunneling Gerbil says, hey, I'm loving the hour this morning. That's from the Tunneling Gerbil.
Okay.
Martin?
We learned yesterday we have a lot of trashmen listening to the show, a lot of truck drivers, and law enforcement, Tim. So at one point, there were a number of people texting in saying they were working. We did a little roll call. Who's working today? Where are you listening from? We had the Plains of West Texas.
Is that right?
And asking people if they wanted to work as a rancher. They were actually soliciting employees down in Florida, Colorado. We had a great roll call Thursday, and then people were getting specific as to what they were doing. A lot of folks were out there working hard. Pipe fitters, stand up. And then we said, all right, police, call in. And then the texter that was the STL MPD, anyway, the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department said too busy to call, but thanks for the show.
How long do you think you could last as a ranch hand yourself? Is it doing cowboy work?
Half a day, maybe, you think?
To just ride on a horse hurts.
No, I would like to try it. That'd be a good way to get in shape. Why don't you guys send me to the ranch for a week? To lose some weight, that'd do it.
You think?
I had a physical the other day, and the doctor went through all the blood work and everything. He goes, you're actually, pretty healthy, and this looks good, And I said, are you sure? He goes, yeah, you're in good shape. I said, are you sure? He goes, well, you could lose some weight. I go, I know I could. You're supposed to tell me that I need to.
Yeah, they got to
tell me I need to.
Yeah. This wasn't that cousin that's a doctor, was it?
No. Remember, he's a former doctor.
Oh, that's right. He gave it up. Well, it's good to hear that you're in good shape.
Thank you, Doug. Even though I said to him, are you sure?
How often do you go in?
How many doctors?
Once a year or so?
Once a year, a little physical.
Oh, that's good.
A little checkup.
Okay.
Mark Hanna is a loyal sponsor. He sponsors Jeremy Rutherford here on the program. He is online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And I would say this, a lot of people have heard me say it, and I want to make sure I keep driving the point home. If there is something that I could go back in my 20s and do over, I would keep taking Propecia. Then secondly, it would be to make sure I had a financial advisor. And that's the name of the game. Get on the right track at a young age. But if you didn't do it, like myself, there is still time to get it right. And Mark Hanna's not saying, hey, you got to work with me. He's just saying, hey, make sure you have a financial advisor, whether it's me or somebody else. That's up to you. But I can tell you this. If you give Mark Hanna a call at 314-889-0503, you are going to go, oh, you know what? This guy, he's got good perspective, not just on money management, but in life in general. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC.
But you're saying take care of hair first and then finances?
Yeah, and here's my reasoning. I did a pro forma. I did a 50-year pro forma.
Okay.
And whereas you always say compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world.
I've said it a million times.
My appearance is the ninth.
Oh.
And whereas I'm incredibly hot, imagine how hot I'd be with a full head of hair, and that's what that Propecia was granting me.
It wouldn't even be fair to the other fellas.
Thank you for saying it, because otherwise it would have come off as arrogant.
Right.
And so, whereas the compound interest would have put my portfolio, right now it's at 12.2 million net worth, and you can look that up.
And you do this for fun,
right? This is just true. This is a hobby. This is my version. This is my version of stamp collecting. But if I would have had a full head of hair, my net worth per the pro forma
double it probably
would be. It's 28.7.
Right.
It's 28.7.
You can probably read that in the paper some Friday.
That's great. It's actually how they track
the rabble rousing show.
That's correct. That's where you can find it.
Mr. Big Cream is upset with me, Tim. Because
what's he upset about? You got Wes Sutter at USA Mortgage, and now you got Mr. Big Cream.
Mr. Big Cream. Martin requested texters put a name and then proceeded to not read my name when I broke the James Franklin story. Credit me, Kilcoyne.
He wants attribution.
Mr. Big Cream did send in the text, the tweet that James Franklin himself, former Mizzou quarterback, former Canadian Football League player, and by all accounts, it's real. Mr. Big Cream broke the story that James Franklin is making a return to college football at West Virginia. It seems like an Onion headline, but it's his actual Twitter account, and he says, thanks for all your support. And people were replying to James Franklin, MIZ. He's like, thanks so much, ZOU. Like, it seems like it's a real thing. I can't find it written about anywhere, but at age 33, he's
the Colonel's going to be with us. Colonel might be on it.
And this is after playing professionally.
Yes. He says 5 years is long enough. Time to lace him back up one more time.
College.
I guess I can go back and knock out those 8 hours, and I have eligibility.
It's Thornton Mellon here. He's West Virginia. Here I come. Take me home, country roads. Let's go. A 5-month journey out of a 5-year retirement to play football while growing a business, he said.
Wow.
And I DM'd him because we follow each other. He did not respond to the DM. I said, I just want to be accurate in reporting this before I give Mr. Big Cream all the credit.
Bishop About Sports in the YouTube chat says Mr. Big Cream is a legitimate source. So Bishop About Sports.
Okay, I take it all back. No, I've never doubted that it was a possible story. I just didn't properly attribute Mr. Big Cream.
He can't give you his name, but he can provide you news updates.
Yes, correct. On the news. Good evening, everybody. Fox 2 has learned that James Franklin will be playing football. That's according to Mr. Big Cream.
All right, I have a question. So I just looked up James Franklin. One of the things it says is that he went undrafted, but in 2014 he signed a rookie free agent deal with the Lions.
I was about to say, I remember him with the Lions briefly. And I don't know if I remember him playing, but I feel like he was tied to the Detroit Lions.
And I know the landscape of college sports has changed a lot, but I was under the impression once you went pro, I mean, that would kind of torpedo the eligibility.
Yeah.
Although now, maybe, I don't know if there's any rules.
You can go pro and play college in another sport. People have done that.
I'm pretty sure this is the same sport.
Yeah, it would be. Huh.
Well,
that'll open up an avenue for a lot of professional players who, play 3 or 4 years and then want to go back to college, be a big man on campus, and start all over again.
Mizzou signed Blaine Gabbert to play quarterback next year.
That's a nice
Wouldn't that be
touch.
great?
Yeah. Doug, Chase Daniel, bring him back.
I kind of like this idea, the Wild West.
Yeah. Bo Prabula, forget about it. You can get involved and break stories on this show. 314-399-9646. And call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Break stories in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. We are in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour, that's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. They set up a special number for our audience, and that number is 314-252-0029, 314-252-0029. And even if you didn't get your car from Munganess, get it serviced at Munganess. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 314-252-0029, or go online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt running the board for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. CMA, it's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Curtin for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. Chairman Kurt, what do you have here with, you got a potpourri of fun with audio? Doug, I think you like this one the most, Chris Sims.
It sounded good to me.
Because you're not a big Bill Belichick guy in general. I would imagine most St. Louisans would probably be with you, at least if you're of the age to remember Super Bowl 36.
I don't care for his attitude.
And Chris Sims giving his explanation as to why he didn't get any calls in the NFL.
Okay, I'd like to hear it. Go ahead.
You surprised Belichick took that Carolina job?
I am surprised. Do I believe he's going to stay there long? Absolutely not. I mean, the buyout tells you everything. Starting this June, he can be bought out for couch cushion change from NFL owners. I mean, come on, $1 million? Belichick has got $1 million of cash he could put in his pocket and pay that off. I mean, that's nothing. He's worth hundreds of millions. Like, that's nothing. So that alone tells me he doesn't want to stay there long term. He was shocked, I know, and so were people around him, that there wasn't more of a calling for him to be the head coach. So, yeah, am I shocked he's going to college? Definitely. Did I think there'd be a team out there that would latch on to Belichick? I did think that. But I'm not shocked that the NFL rejected Belichick. His age, his control, his demeanor, everything that comes along with him. Yeah, there's going to be some organizations that are going to be like, wait, we don't want to deal with that. We don't know how much longer he's going to coach. And we're not just going to give him free reign to take over everything if he's only going to be here for 2 or 3 years. Belichick has treated most of the NFL like for the last 20 years.
That didn't sound like Chris Sims to me. That was Chris Sims?
That's what got that from Awful Announcing.
Oh. Well, I kind of agree with what he said. Kind of agree with all that.
The one thing that I know you don't agree with is that Bill Belichick's worth hundreds of millions of dollars because CelebrityNetWorth.com has him at $70 million.
70 only.
And as you know, once you become a celebrity, you submit your net worth to CelebrityNetWorth.com. That's correct. That you actually do have to.
Tax forms are sent over.
That's correct.
Annually to Celebrity Net Worth. They have no idea.
For the record, Pete Carroll looking at that Bears job, he's at $50 million net worth.
Yeah, that just sounds about right.
Shohei Ohtani's net worth is $150 million. That's great. He's got a wizard of an accountant.
Mm-hmm. Well, didn't he sign for $500 million?
That's why that accounting firm is so impressive.
Yeah. Chris Sims is ask yourself a question guy. Do I think he's going to get another job? Yes. Was I surprised that he didn't? Do I think that you just keep asking yourself questions and then you answer them yourself? Mm-hmm. I'd like to see more NFL owners just say it, though. Wasn't a big Belichick guy before, didn't really want to talk to him. It'd be interesting if people would admit that.
Yeah, I bet it's
didn't
true.
Arthur Blank say that Bob Kraft, or that was reported?
Yes,
that Bob Kraft
that it was an inside job, and Robert Kraft said, you don't want to deal with him. Yes.
Which probably happens all the time.
He's such a sourpuss. And now he's got the stigma of, wait a minute, it was all Tom Brady doing that. As soon as he left, I couldn't win anything. So between those two factors, I could see where some team doesn't want to pay him $1 jillion to come in and coach. I can understand that. And not to mention the fact that he's in his 70s now. How long is he going to be there if he is successful?
If I were the Bears, I would consider Pete Carroll, because you're going to go out and hire an assistant that's going to be bad. They're going to do with another 2 or 3. Even though I'm not saying Pete Carroll's the guy for the Bears, and I'm not doing a deep take for sports radio. I'm just saying the Bears are going to get it wrong and go ahead and write it down now. Then in 2 years, they'll say, what are we going to do? We need a new quarterback. That building is so bad. Everything they do is wrong. I'd almost consider hiring a guy like that to run the building, or like, just tell us how to do football, Pete. How did you build it at USC? How did you sustain it in Seattle? And I guess he probably doesn't want that job. He wants to coach. But don't you just need somebody to come in there that knows how the NFL works? It just seems that they just muck it up so bad. Every hire, every GM, every coach. Right. My friends up there, that's all they care about are the Bears.
Is that right?
And it drives them crazy. And even when the Cubs are good, that was fun, but they're like, the Bears and the Bears. That's all they talk about up there. And they've just been so inept for a while.
And kind of depressing. It's depressing just to watch them.
They lost 6-3 last night. They got the ball with 5.5 minutes left and like 3 timeouts. And they got it down to like 20 seconds, and they were at the Seattle 40. It took them 5 minutes with 3 to go like 35, 40 yards. They're just so bad.
These guys are some dumb mothers.
I would bring in a guy to say, think about the Rams when they hired Scott Linehan. You needed a head coach. You didn't need the hot assistant. You need somebody who could come in and also know how to run a building.
There are a lot of you said he was hired for his personality?
No.
He won the press conference. Doug, weren't you there?
There's a lot of NFL teams that want to hire the next Sean McVay. They want the next young hotshot who's going to come and set the world on fire and be there for maybe 20 years, when it's probably a safer play to get the older guy who's been around a little bit and, is more of a known quantity.
I just think
so you would think for the Bears that would make some sense.
They just need somebody who knows how to do it all because they're so bad at football. The Packers, the Steelers, these well-run organizations can go out and bring in somebody if they want that isn't a past head coach, and it'll work. I just think that the Pete Carroll idea, he's probably not going to be the Bears head coach, but I'm serious. I would hire him and say, just advise us on everything.
There is something to acknowledgement of cultural flaw inside of a building, and I would take this well beyond just professional sports and the Chicago Bears, because for decades, if you wanted to point to the Pittsburgh Steelers, that would be an example. Unfortunately, around here, we had it in St. Louis with the Cardinals, and I would actually say the Cardinals are in need of an infusion of an acknowledgement of cultural deficiency. But part of the big step is the acknowledgement and then making the change. And for the Bears, you're right, man. It's been spiraling for so damn long. God, do you remember? I mean, obviously, I'm setting this up, so you would have to know that the Rams, when they beat the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl 2001 season and then lose to Bill Belichick and the Patriots, that they would have played the Bears. The Bears actually hosted the Eagles in that other playoff game. How about that? You would have had Rams and Bears. And do you know who the quarterback was for the Bears?
Can we have initials, please?
I think I could give you. I'm virtually certain. Maybe you're now. I'm starting to question.
I just threw that out. He may have been a little bit later. I don't know. Jim Miller.
Yes,
no?
that's who I was going
Jim Miller?
with. Yeah. Nope. The fact that they were even in that position with who they've had.
They have struggled for so many years to get a good quarterback.
It was Jim Miller. Yeah, who was 30 years old.
Jay Cutler was decent for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah. And then they lost the NFC Championship game. Didn't he leave injured, and then they all saw him out that night, like eating dinner or whatever, and they're like, this guy doesn't care at all.
But it is
Don't
possible.
Give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
It is possible to eat dinner if you have a sprained ankle or something.
Guys, the Bears should hire John Gruden. How about that?
Yeah, I'd consider it.
I don't think the league wants Gruden back.
That's what I was wondering, if it's a spot where the league would partake.
But do they get to, does the league have that power? Can Goodell say, sorry, you're not hiring Gruden?
Seems like Goodell could do about whatever he wants.
Yeah, he has in the past, for sure.
Well, he works for the owners, and the owners can certainly do whatever they want. Essentially, you got to check with Jerry Jones to make sure that you can do it. Get involved on the program, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, phone lines, and then email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and a top-notch facility and accommodation. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. We close out our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt in with you here on the program. Jackson Burkett is vacationing in the Hamptons. What's going on with Stephen A. Smith and Kirk Herbstreit now, Chairman Kurt?
No. I think Stephen A. was just had some clarifying comments about the little spat earlier in the week with Shannon Sharp, and he just wants Kirk Herbstreit to make sure that he doesn't misquote him.
Okay. Love to hear that. Why don't you cue that up and go ahead and hit the lever, please?
Yep, we're getting it.
Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit, outstanding, dynamic duo. It's an honor and a privilege to call them my colleagues. And I say this in fun to both of them. Stop.
Oh.
Stop it. Chris Fowler, it's ridiculous. No, it's not. Kirk Herbstreit, First Take, got to get him fired. That is not true. I did. Not First Take. That was me, Stephen A. I'm going to own that. And what did I say specifically, Kirk Herbstreit? Because you got to quote me accurately, my brother. I watch you on college football game day. I don't misquote you. Don't misquote me. What I said was, this man, Ryan Day, if he doesn't get a national championship, he should go. Even with a 66-10 record, I didn't stutter one bit. I ain't stuttering now.
No.
You got to beat Michigan. This man has lost 4 years in a row. To their credit, they blew him out. They beat Tennessee like they stole something, okay? Beat Michigan and make sure you're in the national championship picture. You got $20 million payroll with NIL. You didn't even win a Big Ten. But he handled his business. Now what you going to do against Oregon? We going to find out. But Mr. Fowler, Mr. Herbstreit, love you guys. Appreciate y'all. But you got to quote me accurately.
Now, why was he talking about this yesterday? Did something? Yeah, what in the hell? It's nearly a week old.
It just seems so bizarre that a school is so hung up on beating one other team that that's more important than winning a national championship.
I don't get it.
It is so stupid. Really
I'm more confused why he was talking about it.
On Thursday, it was sort of a Monday topic. Do you think the producers...
Herbstreit and Sharp talked, and they were cool. So why did it come up again?
Because Stephen A. told the producers, I'm not doing a Mount Rushmore of Mount Rushmore, okay? Like, what else you got? It's the day after Christmas. We could have clarifying comments.
Oh, my goodness.
I think ESPN's enjoying it, the back and forth banter.
It is amazing the grief that Day gets for not beating Michigan. Isn't that kind of stunning? That you could have as much success as they've had, but can't beat Michigan, so maybe he should be fired? That just seems absurd to me.
But I think they also want him to have playoff success, too. So if he makes a deep run here, then they may overlook some of the lunatic fringe will overlook the Michigan loss if you have a nice deep run here. For some, it's probably championship or else. But we had clarifying comments from Stephen A.
God, I hate First Take. They're such a clown show. It's from the 636.
Oh. Okay.
That is a hornet about the program.
Yeah. Well, it does provide us some audio clips that we enjoy.
Was Stephen A. always a takesmith, though? I know he was a columnist. He was kind of the NBA guy, but I feel like the Skip Bayless DNA just kind of sprinkled throughout that ESPN building.
That's where the money is.
Everybody kind of bought into that whole Skip Bayless being the heel kind of thing.
He makes a ton of money, and if that's what it takes to keep that paycheck coming in, I'm sure he's going to keep doing it.
Are there guys who kick with both legs?
Yes, there are. All of them, in fact.
I wouldn't mind a little extra Frances on my diet today.
You can't go wrong
it's a
with
Big
it.
Mike Friday.
Well, the Stan Lee call is the all-timer for my money. Are you familiar with the Stan Lee call into Mike Frances's program?
I think I've heard it at some point. Is it the Marvel Comics Stan Lee that he's referring to?
Mm-hmm. You didn't know who it was. I wouldn't have known either.
Right, but you wouldn't have responded the way Frances.
Well,
Chairman Kirk, can you?
Maybe not.
I'm looking for that. There's a lot of Frances in
Just hit a random. I'll take a random Mike.
Yeah.
It's a big random Mike Friday.
Anything will do in a pinch.
DeGrom on the season, just to show you how crazy it is.
Oh, gosh.
This is earned runs this year. 1, 1, 1, 4, 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 11-1-3-3-1-0-2-3-2-0-2-0.
Okay.
How many starts did he have?
Inside a minute, bank, boom, down the field. Now they're going to line up for a 44-yard field goal. And this guy for the, is it Cod? Is that how we pronounce his name? The new kicker for the Chargers? How's his last name pronounced? Do we know? I'm not sure how we pronounce his last name. Is it C-O-D? K-O-D? Is it D?
I don't know.
I can't make it. So my son tells me his name is Young Ho Koo. Okay, thank you, Jack. Young Ho Koo is his name. All right, so I only saw him in the highlights yesterday. So
you saw him in the highlights.
Okay. And he's making millions. We've got to become better takesmiths.
Or say things like you hate Christmas.
It is 8:15 in St. Louis. We'll take a break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the Morning After. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. Doug, you enjoy a good guessing game.
Sure.
The Athletics' top 8 sports media stories of 2024.
Top 8 stories.
Per Richard Deitch.
Did you say media stories?
Yeah, sports media stories.
Sports media stories. Oh, gosh. The ones I can remember are Chris Sims saying Bill Belichick can't get hired because he's a jerk, and Stephen A. Smith saying something or other. Are those two on the list?
They did not make the cut.
NBA bidding rights. NBA rights seems like a big one.
NBA ratings stumble?
Not in there.
Not in there. It's Richard Deitch's WNBA ratings.
That's a good guess based on the source, but that is not in there.
Okay, can we have some
8
clues?
Stories. Okay. A lot are NFL related. One is podcast related.
Seth Rogen has interviewed an NFL player, and that's the number one. No,
Kelsey Brothers podcast.
Can we have some
That's
initials?
correct.
The Kelsey Brothers.
That is actually that is correct.
That's one of the 8.
That is number 6. The popular podcast hosted by the brothers Kelsey inked a deal with Amazon's podcast network, Wondery, in 2024 to be the program's new home. The show has found itself on measurement lists of the biggest podcasts in the United States and has nearly 2.5 million subscribers on YouTube. One of the interesting notes in the deal is Wondery's plans to translate the podcast to different languages to increase its global audience, including in NFL-strong markets such as the United Kingdom and Mexico. That's a blank space for NFL fans.
Huh.
And NBA rights not on there. Mostly NFL. Broadcast right. Is it about money and broadcast rights? Is that...
That's correct.
Maybe
Another one is in
Netflix
there.
Getting involved, maybe.
There are a couple of different ones on that front.
Yeah. How about the regional networks falling apart?
That is not in there, but new broadcast rules for increased access. It was not an accident that you saw more in-game interviews during NFL games this season. Last May, the NFL Broadcasting Department outlined access changes for the NFL's television partners after a review between the league and its media rights holders. The shared goal to enhance the game content that we see as NFL viewers. The new rules included in-game coach interviews for all games, pre-game player interviews for all games, network pre-game locker room coverage, preseason player interviews, and coaches booth network cameras. Look for it to continue. Number 5, the rise of alt broadcasts. The alternate broadcast of NFL games launched into a new stratosphere in 2024 with a Simpsons animated altcast of Monday Night Football airing on ESPN Plus and Disney Plus, and NBC Sports making its NFL alternate broadcast debut on Peacock with last week's Texans-Chiefs game. It follows alt broadcasts on Nickelodeon and ESPN's now long-standing Manning Brothers broadcasts, and one using Toy Story.
Okay.
The Super Bowl setting a TV ratings record was number 4, 123.7 viewers. Number 3, Peacock airs regular season game from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
That's a big story. That one of the games was on television.
That's right.
Okay.
Netflix landing an NFL package of games. That was number 2. And number 1, Tom Brady beginning his broadcasting career.
Yeah, that would have been a good one to play.
Yeah.
All right.
So I can give you a guess on what I think will be in the top 8 next year if we're going to use that as number 1.
What about the Holiday Bowl tonight on Fox? Is that in the list?
Did not make it.
Certainly should be.
I agree with you. And that's Washington State and Syracuse with our official...
Fran Brown's our guy?
Yeah.
He said he won't be taking an eggnog bath if he wins.
Is that right?
Allergic to eggs.
Oh, wow. That'd be a bad thing to be allergic to.
Top 8 things to be allergic to. 969.
I think for us, the biggest story is the breakdown of the Fox Sports, what used to be Fox Sports Midwest. And now it's, what is it, was Bally's, and now we're down to
FanDuel Sports Network.
Mm-hmm. That's going to have
the Cardinal uncertainty is for sure the number one.
Even just being able to
media.
watch the games has become difficult for some.
And I think we have clarity for what, just this season ahead, but after that, I don't know why you can't take that in-house. I mean, I just think in Chicago, even that Chicago Sports Network where they've teamed up, I understand the Blues don't want to be second fiddle to the Cardinals, but it seems like a natural pairing
So then they would have an alternate channel for the Blues when they have a conflict?
I guess. But just to have a channel, St. Louis sports channel, Cardinals Blues, and you play great games of the past. They'd be on every bar in town all day long.
Oh, I would love it.
And then you have other programming that goes with it, longer pre-games, longer post-games. I don't know if they just don't want to attack that and take on all the production work, but I would think that would eventually make money for them.
Well, I mean, I've posed this question before on this station back in the balloon party days, how much people would be willing to pay. So, for example, let's say that channel costs $9.99 a month. So, by simple vote of yes or no, text it in, 314-399-9646. If the Cardinals and Blues had a channel, so now you have all the games, you have an app, and it also has the old games, assuming that they would be able to have the rights to air those. I don't know what the situation is, but we'll operate off the premise that they would. Would you pay $9.99 a month for that? And
absolutely.
Let's see. I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah,
It'd be the greatest. But I don't. But my point being, people said they would not. When and I mean, some people, of course, said yes, but the majority, I would say, 70-ish% said they would not. And I was surprised by that, especially at $9.99, because I think that probably would be low. I think it'd probably be in the $14.99, $19.99 range, more likely.
And I'm spending $100 a month on cable. Largely because of Midwest. So I can watch Blues and Cardinals. Nobody at the house cares if we have the cable or not. I get it just for that. So I'm already spending $100 basically to have Blues Cardinals access. So yeah, $10 for sure.
So as you say, I would say we're getting about 60% in the early going yes. But it's not overwhelming. And also keep in mind, you're talking to people listening to a sports talk radio station.
You're talking to sports fans now.
Sports fans.
So it's concerning for the Cardinals and Blues that it isn't a larger percentage saying yes.
Which then because it's not like it. I mean, we know that it's crossed their mind to the point that they've even kind of discussed it. I feel like the Blues have talked about it more openly than the Cardinals have, but that they've run numbers and they don't think that the risk is worth the reward to date. Doesn't mean that things could change, but I would have thought that this would have been a direction to go beforehand.
We might just not have enough going on here in sports to come up with content for a network, devoted strictly to St. Louis sports.
You would need
Chicago's got all kinds of teams. New York, same thing. L.A. But we've got 3 if you count the soccer. I'm not sure that's enough to go around the clock.
You can't carry the soccer games. So that's
out.
That's out.
You would need 500,000,
and that's because of the Apple deal. For the record,
because nothing against soccer, like Kirk Herbstreit, different story, but it's because of the Apple contract. I understand that. But if you had 500,000 who said sure, which is a huge number, but I'm just giving you an example. If 500,000 people in this area, or I guess beyond, you could live in Alaska and buy the package or whatever. That's still what, $5 million at $10 per? Is that $5 million a month? That's still $60 million. That's still less than the Cardinals are getting on the deal they had with Bally's. That just gives you an idea. Not only the number you'd have to charge, but the amount of people you would need to say yes. 500,000 people signing up for it would be a massive number. And at $10 a head, that's still only $5 million a month. You're still falling way short, and that's assuming the Cardinals and Blues are doing it together.
Well, they also have the advertising inventory, so that's a big part of the. But now you have expenses associated with it as well.
Wouldn't the easy way out for them would be just to accept a little bit less from a FanDuel Sports and what they're getting now, and not have to go through all the hassle and the struggle of creating their own network?
Yes, and that's what they chose to do. Yeah. That's why they took the hit. They took a haircut on it.
I'd like to know the production costs for doing a whole season, And I get it. The ad money would be coming in, but you'd have to take
you got
to take on the whole project.
That's exactly right. It would kind of be hard to run a network when the Cardinals never make a single move, so it would just be dead air playing the 2011 World Series over and over again. That's from the 618.
I would love to watch really old games. I don't know if all that still exists. If they have entire games that they put away on tape from 30 or 40 years ago, I don't know if they have that. They might.
If anybody would have the inventory, you'd think the Cardinals somewhere.
Yeah, you could do it. You could do it now in the computer age. You could store it somewhere. But there was a time to store those games. You literally would have taken warehouses full of space to have those individual tapes.
The actual plastic box with the 3/4-inch tape.
Right.
Hello, everybody. Jay Randolph joining you from Olympic Stadium in Montreal. Wouldn't you just be mesmerized by some of those? Just seeing Mike Shannon's plaid sport coat come on the screen.
To hear Jack Buck's voice again. Yeah, I'd love that.
The goodwill is gone. I have no connection to either team anymore. That's from the bastard James Hahn. He's out.
On both.
Well, that'll change when they turn it around. Things go in cycles.
Wouldn't the Blues and Cardinals also have to figure out how to split that revenue? I could see the Cardinals saying because they have more games, they should get a higher split. That's from Al in Dadeville.
Yeah, well, that would be reasonable.
Cardinals stink.
Oh, come on, Mike.
Can it be the Blues, Cardinals, and Brazzers bundle? That'll give us something to do in between games. That's from Scuba Steve. But I like that he's being creative in the boardroom. He is in the boardroom. He's not the chairman. The chairman's on our board, but he is. It's been proven people do not want to watch old games. CSPN Classic failing and the ESPN getting rid of it. That's from Strap-On number 18.
There's probably not enough super diehard sports fans like us to make something like that viable.
Well, it wouldn't be the
focus
all day.
It would be the focus of the whole channel, but you could put that on instead of these random golf tip shows that they have, or random old guy There's a bunch of guys that look older than me interviewing people. Fran Healy's always interviewing Andre Dawson.
Oh, God, he's busy. He is
so they do that
busy.
every day.
I've seen Andre Dawson replay 4,000 times. So I'm just saying, I think you'd have some opportunity to put in some other programming.
These MFers complain about the Cardinals not making moves or spending money, but this marketing poll is only polling at 60% and $10 a month. That's from the 618.
So is that saying who's the cheapskate now?
Yes, that's what they're saying.
I got St. Louis Cardinal cork.
What was that word? Caulk?
I believe, or cork.
Like what you do to the windows? This is cork. He was saying cork or caulk.
I don't know the genesis of that one, Doug.
Okay.
TMA/Inside STL should take over the Cardinal broadcasting rights. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Doug, I think that would be popular.
Could be.
I switched to YouTube TV and quit watching the Cardinals and Blues except when they're on ESPN Plus, and I haven't missed it, honestly. That's from the 314.
Well, you would if they had a good year. You don't miss it when they're in last place or were hopelessly out of the running, but if they were contending, you'd probably miss it.
I'm not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
Okay, Charlie.
What was the
It's hard to be a fan. If your team is bad, it's hard. And if your team is good, it's easy.
And by the way, Jeff Ablan's had a lot of time to come up with an answer for me. The context of his drop. We get it, guy. You work out. I need to know the context. Maybe Buck Swope can chime in.
So Jeff Ablan's at 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
So is Joey Vitali.
So, we got to maybe adjust.
It's a big CBC 9 o'clock hour.
How was the party?
Joey can join us in the 8 o'clock hour.
How was the party? Did you go?
I did go to the party. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen you since the party.
Were there picketers outside?
There were not. And that's the first thing my wife said when we walked up.
No picketers.
Doug Jackson and Martin are not here protesting.
No, the goons got to us.
I thought the Teamsters were going to join in.
We couldn't even get close. There was a perimeter that Vitali set up. You want to see if he'll come on a little earlier?
Yeah, because then we're not overshadowing Ablan. The Colonel's going to be with us. We know that. And you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Send your emails in, and you're welcome to text in 314-399-9646. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net. He presents Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA. And he's been my insurance agent now for 5+ years, 400+ 5-star reviews on Google Reviews. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. I'm so happy I made the switch. You make the switch. They do all the paperwork for you. It's James Carlton at 314-961-4800 or online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm, and check out the 400 five-star reviews from clients of James Carlton on Google. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt with you. Joey Vitali may be joining us coming up here in a matter of moments. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. In the NBA last night, the Hawks erased a 21-point deficit by scoring 50 in the fourth quarter to beat the Bulls 141-133. Jalen Johnson, who's a guy I've definitely heard of before, had a career-high 30 points last night in the Hawks win. That's been another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN. It's our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show, Joey Vitali. Morning, Joey.
What's up, boys? What's up?
I hear you're a little critical of our guest management.
Oh, I tell you, Jackson Burkett takes one vacation day, and the whole show is coming to a crashing unfolding here.
Oh, gosh. We're just shifting the lines, buddy, a little bit, moving pieces around. We got you on the power play. We just went a little early.
Chairman Kerr taken to task. How do you feel, Chairman?
He's known Jackson a while. If he just got to know me a little bit, I feel like Joey and I would really get along.
You weren't invited to this party either.
No, I noticed that. I wasn't on the invite list, Joey. Next year, though.
Stupid party.
Ouch.
I feel the trembling in your voice as you speak, Chairman. I can tell you're a little nervous. This is a big call-up. For you.
Well, I thought it was a wonderful party. Doug
God.
and Martin are incredibly jealous, and Jackson's so upset he's not even here.
Yeah. He gave up.
I don't blame him. You know, listen, it was an epic party. Tim McKernan showed up in a sweatshirt about 14 sizes too big.
Oh, really?
What size is going to fit me?
True. And we only had one lady lose her back zipper of her top at one point in the night. I'm not going to say who.
I got to tell you, I wasn't aware of this, and I'm interested.
Yeah, I'm going to save this for another day because it involves one of our wives. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, no. One of our wives? Well, that kind of narrows it down. And when you say...
That's the only I was going to give you.
When you say lost a zipper, are we saying that the top came off?
I listen, guys, listen to me. I feel like I'm on the podium, or what's it called in the
witness
stand?
Yes.
I feel like I'm on the stand. All I'm going to say is that I couldn't be of any assistance. It was one of our wives, and with it not being my wife, I just felt very uncomfortable doing that in a big public setting. So
when you say one of our wives, are you talking about like me and you, or one of the people who were there?
Maybe your wife. Maybe. I don't know.
What's going on?
He's really narrowed this
took
down.
her top off?
Jeez, I don't know.
What's going on? I was one of the last people there, too, and I didn't see this. What's going on, Doug?
I just
what
told
kind
her.
of event is Joey hosting?
I thought it was a kindergarten party.
And was I on the Davenport as a cuckold?
It was supposed to be a kindergarten party, and it turned out that I was asked for some assistance, and I said, listen, I can't do this in front of my friends. No, not going to happen. Oh. And I respectfully turned it down. And I think she eventually found help from someone else, hopefully a female. And
Harry Nickel?
Of course, that was the only hiccup-ish, I guess you could say. Other than that, a very under the radar, pleasant, PG-13 community Kirkwood Christmas party.
Okay. Except my wife removed her top, and I wasn't aware of it, Doug. I mean, don't I?
You got to keep an eye on her.
I didn't say it was your wife. You said that.
Well, you kind of alluded to it that way.
Thank you, Martin.
Don't get into the alluding. Don't get into the assumptions, Martin. Come on, you're my CBC guy. You got to keep my back here.
I know, but I kind of wanted to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, as you might imagine, I do as well. What the hell's going on? What's going on? I was outside. Maybe I missed out.
That's all I'm going to say.
It was a wonderful, wonderful festivity, and I think it was better that Martin and Doug weren't there, especially since my wife
I moved all my kids to St. Peter's in hopes of that leading to an invite, okay?
Mine, too, and they're in their 30s.
Yes, we're switching all our kids to St. Peter's to get the invite. Caruso said he'll drive.
You guys were sorely missed, and if you ever want to join the community, I will give you our head priest's number, and then you can be on the invite list. Maybe.
How many Blues employees were honestly mad at you that they weren't invited?
Caruso, for sure.
Well, Caruso, of course, stirs the pot because you guys obviously know you have many listeners. It goes through through state to state and community to community, and I got blown up that next morning after we talked about it following with the previous week, and Caruso just said, "Is anyone else not invited to this Christmas party?" And I just got blasted.
Yeah.
I mean, even when I tried to explain what it was, and it's not a hockey thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to hockey folks. You try to do a good thing, you try to bring people together, and this is what happens.
Well, I'm willing to have my kids who are in their 30s risk being arrested for trespassing just to get into that school again to see if we can't go to this party.
Yeah.
I really thought at one point I kept checking the front driveway there for you guys to be picketing, like with signs, let us in, let us in.
Please.
A lot of my guests thought that was maybe going to happen, but of course you guys didn't show. And if you guys would have, I would have let you come in for a drink. One, that's it.
Well, we'd had our feelings hurt.
Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack texting in. If we would have been invited in there, that 100% would have been my wife. Please keep us in mind for next year, Joe. Thanks. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack. So it sounds like he would like an invite to the party next year, and his wife is promising that she's going to take her top off.
He's in. He's in.
Wow, just like that. You guys you have to send your kids in their 30s to the school, but Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack sends in one text, and he's in. Now, I have to say this, your home is incredible. It really, truly is, and I'm not just saying that. But what interested me, while we were outside BSing, you said part of the home is haunted. And we never got to cover some of the details. Doug, I'd like to hear haunted house stories. Yes. What's going on?
Oh, okay. So my home is kind of split up into, there was 3 additions. The original house was it's basically like the outhouse, or they call it the pool house or whatever. It's this very small structure. I mean, it's probably the square footage of your guys' studio, but 2 levels. Of course, Tim saw it. And that was the original structure where a family of 4 lived in there. And imagine it was just woods all around. You see, Kirkwood now, it's a huge booming downtown. It was just grass and just predates the Civil War by about 30 years. And so that's going on. There's been some additions over the years.
So it's nearly a 200-year-old home.
Oh, there's some places in this home. It's a lot of maintenance. It's a lot of work, but it's fun. And there's a lot of history there. Our attic was the doctor of the town would basically house these people who were psychos, and he would put them up in the attic. And I'm listening to all these stories from the people that we bought the house from. I'm like, there's no way. So we go up there, and this is just a side story, but there's 4 mini rooms in the attic, and all the locks they're flipped. So basically, you could lock people in these small little rooms. And then you go in these rooms, and there's still these black handprints all over the door, people trying to get out. Oh, it's nuts.
What in the world?
It was a psycho ward. It was a psycho ward of Kirkwood. So the doctor would put all these, basically these psychos up there. And so that's kind of another story. But then getting back to the pool house, I'm talking to the previous homeowners, and then the people that bought it from them passed down these stories. And they were saying, hey, there's nothing haunted about the house, but every now and then you just gotta watch out for crazy Uncle Willie. I said, crazy Uncle Willie? Who's crazy Uncle Willie?
Texter.
They said, oh, it's just a guy. He's pretty harmless, but there is stories of him coming in and out and making some noise and this, that, and the other. And I'm thinking, this is ridiculous. Okay, so you fast forward, we move into the house. A couple years go by. Me and a group of friends, we decide to get, what do those people call? They call mediums, or they sense energy.
Sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So we get a medium, and I think it was terrible. I'm not a medium person. She's talking. I'm like, I gotta get out of here. How do I leave this? This is not my thing, right? So she's like, is there any final questions? And I just asked her. I said, hey, are there any spirits here? Is there anyone haunting us or the property or it's an old home? And she kind of gets really quiet, and she kind of closes her eyes. And she's got these marbles in her hand. She starts moving these marbles around. And she's like, well, since you asked, when I pulled my car up, there was a young African-American man, and he was ready to take my horse reins. And he was dressed like a butler and da-da-da, and he had a tie, and he was very polite. And I walked right past him, and he said, good day, and I said good day back to him. And we were like, oh, my God, what is this crazy lady talking about? And so then my wife asked, does he have a name? And she closes her eyes, and she starts swishing her marbles, and she says, William. William's his name. And we completely lost it, because crazy Uncle Willie, of course, is obviously the person that's been haunting the house for the last almost 200 years. And this lady had no idea of any of this stuff. And she claims that there is a African-American butler who's roaming the property and obviously checking in with things, and he's very polite, and he's always ready to take care of the horses. And she nailed his name right off the hop. So I don't know, guys. To me, believe it, don't believe it. I always walk around now a little bit more hesitant or at least appreciative of crazy Uncle Willie, who, of course, is managing our property stuff.
Wow, kind of like Scatman Crothers in The Shining, sitting at the bar. He was a ghost.
Have your kids run into any haunting, paranormal activity?
They claim that they hear running around in the attic sometimes. Sometimes. Now, is it a mouse? Is it a...
Yeah, it could be like a rogue gerbil, right?
What?
One that got
Probably not
away,
a gerbil.
probably.
Raccoons, squirrels get up there.
It could be a raccoon, a squirrel. Good point, Doug. Good point. Could be a squirrel. You know, but they do hear like little pitter-pattering and things moving around.
Yeah, that's a gerbil.
It's not a gerbil.
Left over from the party.
It isn't a gerbil.
Or Willie. Or one of the crazy psychos that never got out of there and is still on the wall.
Oh, is it frightening for you? Like if you're home alone at night or anything? Is it?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, like, there'll be noises, and then, you know, my wife will kind of nudge me, and I'm thinking, whoa, what's she nudging me for? But it turns out it's not for that.
Oh.
And, you know, it's more about, hey, there's a noise.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, what do you want me to do about it? Like, you know, when you get married, you got to obviously have kids and got to be financially responsible. You have to find a home. All these things you know about when you go to get married. Being the noise checker-outer was not something I was prepared for. I didn't know that came with the territory. So, of course, he kicks me out of bed, and I go check it out with my baseball bat that McKernan gave me in my Pittsburgh Penguin days when we were trying to hit some balls out of PNC Park. Sidney Crosby was the only one that could do it. Have you guys heard of him?
Sidney Crosby. There he is. Sidney Crosby at 8:49. Okay.
Good friend. You know, there is actually a great video of him hitting a ball out of PNC Park, and obviously it went viral. What people don't know is that everyone got about 10 swings, and no one obviously hit it out. I respect baseball, but I don't know how they do it. And Sid does it 10 times, and once he gets hooked on something, he can't stop until he does it. He has to finish it. I mean, that's his personality. So he was up there, I think it was on like the 50th or 60th swing. Eventually he clocked it out. That's what people don't know.
Huh. And you're the noise checker-outer.
Yeah.
He's the...
We got a variety of texts on this, Joey. Number one, only in Kirkwood do people have to make up stories about people being in the house. Come live in the city, Joey. It's called breaking and entering. That's from Arbor Day, the Milagro Tequila texter of the year in 2023 and 2024.
There really is someone in the house.
I totally believe this stuff Joey is talking about. Need to get some stories around Halloween. That's from Joey Vitali's Orange Scully. That's a texter's name. Let's see. Carlos Spicy Wiener says you all need to look up the art of cold reading. You too could have a nice little racket getting former NHL players to believe in ghosts if radio doesn't work out for you. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. And it sounds like Carlos Spicy Wiener, Joey, thinks you might have been duped.
Well, if Carlos Spicy Wiener wants to come to the next year's Christmas party, we can throw down. That's fine.
Another invite has just been thrown out.
Everybody thinks it's nonsense until they have something that happens in their house that they just can't explain.
That's just it.
Yeah.
That's just it, Doug. I never was a believer in any of this stuff, but there's something going on. There's something going on. Something suspicious.
Come on already. This is nonsense.
It isn't nonsense.
Did crazy Uncle Willie unzip Anna Marie's?
What in the world?
I mean, is that...
Okay, listen. Nobody wants it.
I feel like it's all connected.
That is his wife.
You're the one who brought it up, Vitali.
I never mentioned her name.
Can I get a picture from her?
I've already sent a text.
One of our wives.
I said, hey, Joey Vitali's alleging you asked him to help you with your zipper on your dress. And by the way, I included 3 exclamation points to convey my fury at this cucking.
Let's get her on.
Let's bring the family in. Happy holidays. Here's my wife revealing she went topless at the St. Peter Christmas party.
Where was Tim? Playing online poker in the corner.
No, I was at a drinking game out in the back, actually. Flip cup. You know, did my best. I was the anchor, as you saw, Joey, as I should be.
Hey, I will say, Tim channeled his old college days almost instantaneously. Everyone wanted him on his team. He was just a chug and flip. I mean, he nailed it every time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Yep. Well, Doug, you would have been proud of me. watching me at 48 years old, playing drinking games and being the anchor, no less. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Joey, the Blues are playing tonight.
I know. I got to go back to work. Not happy about it. No, I'm happy. I'm excited. Nashville, first time I'm playing Nashville all year. It's kind of weird to say that after having played them up until Christmas. And they're playing some great hockey. I mean, I think they're 4-1 in the last 5 after an atrocious start. And Blues are kind of up and down. So it's going to be an emotional one. I tell you, it's always been fun between these two teams. And the Blues have not had a ton of success, Martin, as you know, over the last 4. 0-4 against these Preds.
They owe them, I would say.
They owe them. Doggone right. They owe them. And it's a great team that, they put together in the offseason with so many high hopes that they're going to be a cup contender. You bring in Marchessault, Stamkos, Shea, and you bring in all these big names. And how many times do we see this, guys? Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. And from what I've kind of heard, there's a bit of a, culture shock there where everyone's trying to find their role because, you had players that were a part of that team last year that had power play roles, had penalty kill roles. Now you bring in these new toys. Everyone wants to play with the new toy, right? So the coach obviously gets Stamkos, let's play with this toy. But then you forget that, okay, the toys you were playing with, all of a sudden now their feelings are hurt and everyone's got to start finding out a way to check their egos at the door. It was no different than what happened in 2018-19 with the Blues team where you bring in Bozak and Maroon and you bring in O'Reilly, you bring back Perron, all these new toys you bring in, and it took a while for everyone to find, okay, where do I belong? Like it's almost like the movie Toy Story. You bring in what's the astronaut's name? What's the
Buzz?
You bring in Buzz, and all of a sudden, Andy's obviously very excited about Buzz. And what about Woody? What about the Rex? What about Slinky Dog? Slinky Dog, he's a lot of fun. You can move him around, extend them, shorten them.
Have you missed your medication today?
He doesn't know his role, right? No one knows their roles anymore. But then all of a sudden it took a little while for them to figure out, okay, Buzz is going to be here, and Woody, you're still okay, and everyone's going to be fine. And the same thing happened with the Blues. It took some time. There was a lot of checking of egos at the door. Whether it be Alexander Steen, going in and talking to Chief and Chief saying to him, hey, we don't need you on the second line. We need you on the fourth line. We need you to have an identity here. We're going to put Barbashev and Sundqvist around you. Go get it. And, of course, he accepted it. I mean, it's things like that teams have to do in order when they have new players to adjust and move forward. And I just don't know if the Nashville Predators certainly figured it out soon enough. Is it too late? No, technically not. But they are playing some good hockey lately.
I've been to a game at Nashville, and the game night experience there is really pretty incredible. They do a fantastic job. What buildings around the league would you say are the best places to watch a game?
I think you're spot on, Doug. I think that Nashville, to me, is one of the best. I think Vegas, if I'm a Blues fan and I've never seen a Blues game on the road, and I'm looking for an experience, just straight-up experience, I'm flying to Nashville or driving, and I'm flying to Vegas, because they both offer just about everything. Small towns, easy to get around. The downtown's right by the arena. Plenty of nightlife before the games, certainly after the games. But, as you know, Nashville, it's tougher to get tickets the way they kind of manipulated the system down there, where it's harder unless you're in that kind of demographic and zip code and area code to get tickets. But you can certainly get them. And I know that it's a wonderful arena, full of energy, full of country music, and just overall Southern hospitality. So I am with you. If I had to go to one, it'd probably be Nashville with a very close second of going to Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Vegas is great too. Blues do a good job.
Well, listen. I said in the away game.
Right.
I said in the away game. But every arena's got their thing. In Vegas they have these showgirls on the glass, and they're only in the warm-ups. They're only at the Blues end. Imagine warming up. Talk about a distraction. You have these showgirls with big old, what are those big hats called with the feathers, feather hats? I guess it's called feather hats.
I thought you were taking it a different direction. I was proud of you.
Yeah, no problem. But big feather caps, and obviously they're
called.
Are we talking about boots?
No, we're not.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the feather hat.
Right.
Big feather, like a peacock.
Uh-huh. Right.
Anyway, it's distracting for the players. They don't even go out to Vegas. They just stay in the visitor end.
Yeah.
Joey doesn't even know he's been on hold for like 10 minutes just talking. Have you missed your medication today, big boy?
I'll tell you what you guys definitely missed. You definitely missed a break. Listen, we're at 23 minutes. I've been on the line. It's supposed to be every 15 minutes. I know your bosses have been on you guys about this.
That's accurate. Yeah. If you hacked into my email. Now this sounds like we'll let you go on this one. So this sounds like a lot of people are dealing with this. Guys, I came home last night and heard some strange noises coming from upstairs. As I entered the bedroom, my wife was in bed naked, and the window was open, and the curtains were blowing in the breeze. I think there was a ghost in my house as well. That's from the 573. So this sounds like there is some kind of epidemic in the area with this situation.
It sounded like his wife was having an affair and she blamed on a ghost. That's just me.
Yeah. Sniff that one out.
Joey Vitali, Private Eye. Joey, enjoy the festivities tonight and call in anytime with more revelations from my marriage.
Sounds good. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Always a pleasure chatting and catching up. And I just can't wait till next Friday.
God bless America. There he is. That's Joey Vitali with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines with all kinds of anecdotes, Doug. Wonderful anecdotes. Some more fortunate than unfortunate.
Great breakdown of the Predators.
In the movies and on TV, if someone has just left the room, the drapes are always blowing.
That's true.
Just to let you know that the window is open. My God, I think he escaped out that way. Maybe you need to escape to Munganess if your car's got a problem. You don't need to leave the windows open or anything.
Blend.
The windows don't even have to be open in your car. In fact, close the windows when you go to Munganess. You could leave them open, I guess. The place is spotless there. Great place to have your car worked on, Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota. Even if you didn't get your car from one of those places, they'll fix any car. They can do all makes and models. Of course, they specialize in Acuras and Toyotas, but any kind of car you want to drag in there, they will get you fixed up. And they have a special number for you to call that gives you direct access to the muckety mucks, and I'll give that number now.
Do it.
314-252-0029. Here it is again. 314-252-0029. You'll get straight to Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganess, maybe Ryan Seiberg in the service department. Fantastic service department. Great waiting area there. Full of snacks and nice fun drinks. You're going to want to go and get your oil changed once a week just so you can sit around in the waiting area. It's really a fantastic place. Check out their website for all the services that they can provide at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is. We'll take a commercial break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
Let's talk auto loan. Let's do a little business here. Getting Ablan in the door. I want to get you into a new car as well. Auto Loan Pro, the place to go online. AutoLoanPro.com. Friend of the show, Robert Thomas, is seen on that website. And if you scroll down, you'll find the free playbook. And this is really important. Download the playbook. It'll tell you about the car buying experience, the process, which involves credit, and it'll explain how you establish credit history. And if you've had a little hiccup and you can only afford a certain kind of car, that's fine. But by following the playbook, the next time around, that car may be a little more expensive. And the next one after that, maybe a little more expensive. You can do this all with Auto Loan Pro. Making that large purchase can be complicated. They're going to help you with your financial situation. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 lenders. These are not vendors. These are lenders helping get you the very best financing that is available. It's AutoLoanPro.com. You need a pro when you're shopping for a car. Whatever your situation, Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get into a new car as well as get your credit back on track. Download the playbook. Say hi to Robert Thomas right there on the website. It's Auto Loan Pro, part of the Lita family.
So morning after. This is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Curtin for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. Fisher window and door story, 8 o'clock hour. And Doug, look who's on your right. It's Jeff Ablan.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Jeff.
Former sports anchor, bringing in the heat and brought in some donuts. What a gentleman.
Well,
trying to fatten us up.
I know Doug's the kind of guy that, likes something cream-filled every once in a while. I had to.
That's how it starts.
Why else would it start any other way?
I don't know. But thanks for
What
the
about
donuts.
4 inches? Yeah.
Okay. Man, it's off to a rough start.
It's a matter of opinion.
But you
Jeff,
look like a
what's the
fellow
deal?
who works out, and yet you brought us donuts.
That's what I said to him. I said, you look like you're 20.
You think so?
Yeah. What I'm gonna throw a guess.
I got a little.
You got gray. I got some
I say it's
gray there,
blonde,
too.
but they're starting to come in.
That happens.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess 42.
40.
40.
Yeah.
Dead on 40.
Dead on 40.
You could pass for 23.
Oh, 100% could. What do you weigh? Like $150?
Yeah. About $153.
Would you describe yourself as a twink?
Okay, this is how it's going to go.
Here we go.
This is back and forth.
Doug strikes back.
I didn't start anything.
I think you did.
I guess I kind of did.
You did.
But yeah, no, it's cool to be with you guys.
Great to have Jeff Ablan
man.
here.
It's great to have you in. So what are you doing these days for the audience members who will recall you from being on television and radio in St. Louis? What are you doing these days?
Yeah. So I am a personal stylist for Neiman Marcus.
Look at that.
So basically, I never see Martin there.
Right.
Now, what does that mean?
Gosh.
It means exactly what it sounds like. Open your wallet, Kilcoyne.
I was voted at the Christmas get deal. I told Doug this. There's a game called Most Likely To. And it was all the family members, my in-laws, the kids, and it said most likely to leave the house looking homeless, and they all voted for me. I said, well, if I run to radio, I don't always get decked out. And if I'm taking a kid somewhere at 8 a.m. on a Saturday for a second-grade basketball game, I don't get all decked out. And that's fair.
Yeah, and I think with radio, you just throw on a hat and whatever.
But we're on
now you guys
TV,
get
but
cameras
Now we got the YouTube thing here.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, you look wonderful.
Oh,
Is Jeff on camera?
Let's turn it
He's not on
We don't
there.
have to.
camera.
Oh, you're a pretty boy.
We don't have to.
Yeah.
But no, I've been at Neiman now for 9 years. I love it. Never would have thought in a million years I would be doing what I do. But guys like Jim Edmonds, very influential. And from me making that jump to, from broadcasting to...
Now, when you say he's very influential, what do you mean?
So, I don't know. It's Stephen Jackson as well. They were, and Jackson and I would butt heads. I mean, everybody, butted heads with him every once in a while. But we've gotten actually pretty close since me making that move to Neiman.
Really?
But Edmonds was great. I mean, it's weird. It sounds like, Jim and I, kind of formed, and Tim, you recognized that right off the bat. I'd fill in for you on your show, your afternoon show on CBS Sports, that we had a little cool thing going. Yeah. I don't know how it formed or whatever, but Edmonds and I leaned on him for some advice, and he's like, yeah, man, you got to shoot your shot. Like, if that's your passion, go for it.
How about that? I didn't know this.
TV or radio. So,
God bless.
Yeah,
really.
so yeah,
Because you've always had an interest in fashion.
Yeah, for sure.
And you got a lot of St. Louis celebrities come in there and shop there?
I mean, yeah, it's celebrities.
Sports stars and the likes?
Rams back in the day, right?
Rams back in the day was fun. I mean, nobody spends money like NFL guys.
Right.
Because if you think about it, they're always, while it's a 16-game season, right, minus the playoffs, they're always on camera, and they're always coming off that bus. Yeah. And I think that, honestly, with the addition, social media has created such a narcissistic society where if you're a pro athlete, if you're a rapper, an artist, an entertainer, you can't be seen wearing the same thing more than once, right? It always has to be something new. I was taking care of... Actually, Chris Brown's stylist was in. This was a couple of years ago, right? The rapper artist Chris Brown, and he's like, "Yeah, man." He goes, "We'll go off and we'll buy $10,000-$15,000 worth of stuff. We'll take it to the arena. He'll pick out what he wants, and then we'll just give everything else away." He goes, "You can't be seen in something more than one time."
So his people come in. Chris Brown, performer. His people come in and just buy a bleep load of stuff.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see people just pop in as personal shoppers and whatnot. But yeah, man, it's awesome. It's an incredible profession. I never would have thought I would have gotten into it after the 3-week tenure Channel 4.
Is that 3 weeks you were?
I think it was about 3 or 4.
How long did you work at Channel 4?
It was about 2 years. 2+ years.
2 years. Yeah.
Did you replace Jeff Skversky?
No. Wait. Did I, Doug?
I don't know. What years were you there?
I was there 2000 to 2005. Jeff Skversky replaced me. He's in Philadelphia now, Martin. Is that right?
Did he went to Detroit?
He's in Detroit now.
First Philadelphia, but then,
he's in Detroit now.
They eliminated sports, I think, at his station in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's the way to go in a big city like that. Just say, you know what, the hell with it. We're not doing sports
cares
anymore.
about sports.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And we can thank, and I heard you guys talking about this the other day, spring training, Claiborne and Cusimano, pretty much that was the exit.
Oh, that's
ended
right.
your career.
It was you.
100%.
What happened? This. I remember hearing about this. I guess I was down there when it happened.
This was amazing. I mean, it was fantastic.
Was I loosely correct?
You were pretty much spot on.
Okay.
More Claibs than anybody. He's like, yeah. But he goes, so I get down there, right? And this is just kind of the start of the multimedia journalist, right?
Yeah, when things were getting good.
Whew, yeah. And more work, incredibly less money. But anyway, so I get down there, right? And I have, I got the tripod, the editing. We got to do Twitter updates and blogs and all this crap.
Man, awesome.
So I get down there and I pull up. I get a cab ride to the hotel and I get there. And there's caution tape and a cop car outside. That's all right, we're off to a good start. And so I get up to my room and there's cockroaches in the bathroom dead. There's pee or some yellow substance on the sheets.
Oh. Right. You're not sure that it's urine, but you're hopeful.
Yeah, and a guy
hoping it's pee.
I know.
It is.
You like water sports.
Okay. So I'm like, okay, this is not good. And the room smelled like this guy got done working, just marble reds for days. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to be here much. It's kind of like Vegas, right? You're in your hotel for what, a few hours? You get cleaned up and go back to it. So I get out, I do my thing, and you guys know better than anybody. It's not a vacation down there. You're up at 6 or 7 and you're going live shot, whatever. So you get done with a 12-hour day, and then I go back to the pee, back to the cockroaches. So I start venting a little bit to
some of your
Frank.
mentors in the business.
Yeah, and I've known Frank I've known Frank probably longer than you, Tim. You got me in at Channel 4 with the internship. But anyway, so long story short, I was like, Claves, man, here's my situation. Frank, here's my situation. And Frank kind of chimed in, but Claves was my hype man. Yeah. He was my hype man. He's like, yeah, man, you got to say something. Like, you got to go down there and say something. You got to stick up for yourself. So I'm getting, kind of feeling myself.
Say something to whom? Management? KMOV? Okay,
yes.
all right.
And again, I didn't need the Ritz-Carlton. I just didn't want to get done with 12 hours and go back and, stare at bugs. Yeah.
Where was this in the Jupiter area?
Awful.
But where, what area?
Ah, man, this was... God, 12 years
ago. Would it be like airport-ish?
Right, that's what I'm wondering. Because, it's just such a nice area that I didn't even know that...
It was...
Probably in West Palm Beach, maybe?
That's what I was thinking.
It was on the outskirts. It was a terrible neighborhood. But the cop and caution tape really kind of set the tone.
Right.
And so we...
and then the urine was like the cherry on top?
Yeah. I'm like, where the hell am I? So we...
So you call who? The news director?
Yeah, so I called Billy Mack. You guys know Billy Mack,
Bill
right?
McCormick, wonderful gentleman.
Yeah, a great guy, one of the good people at Channel 4. I'm not sure if he's still there, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So I was like, hey, Billy, dude, I don't need the Ritz, but here's where I'm at, dude. Like, I'm sending him freaking pictures. Hey, here's dead bugs. Hey, here's what looks to be piss. And he's just like, hang tight. We'll see what we can do. And I go back the next day, and Claves is there. Hey, man. He goes, hey, did you talk to him? I'm like, yeah, man, I think I got it. I'm going to move, and maybe tonight. I talked to Billy Mack later that day. He's like, he's like, yeah, listen, I talked to Sean and the former news director of Channel 4. He's like, sorry, dude, you're coming home. He's got a plane coming. You're going to go home. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about?
Whoa!
And they flew me home the next day.
Yeah, they were so mad.
They were mad at you for...
Yeah. Hey, listen, if Ablan doesn't like the conditions there, his ass can come home. And Brian Feldman was on a plane that next day.
Wow.
And did he stay in your urine-soaked room?
I have no idea, but I don't know. It was funny. I was like, hey, he's like, yeah, how'd it go? I go, Claibs, I'm going home, man. He's like, ooh. Yeah, sorry about that, man. So Claibs and I joke about it all the time.
Oh, my God. Yeah. I knew about the room. I didn't know about the conclusion to the story.
Yeah, they sent me home the next day.
This is a live read for the University of Missouri Journalism School.
Was Chuck Marlowe there, too, at the time? I feel like he's told me this story, too. It doesn't matter. So you get back, and now do you see the news director and say, hey,
yeah, I mean, I tried, but he wasn't having it.
No.
Okay.
Guys, was this the room where Larry Connors got tased?
No, different story. Different story. Sean McLaughlin is the news director who had all of our sports tapes thrown away into the dumpster because he didn't think they looked good where we were storing them.
Oh, yeah.
It's all the archives from decades of St. Louis sports.
So the history of St. Louis sports was thrown away because he didn't like the look of it.
Perfect.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that was it. And I remember when I got there, they would play that they would play that damn drop of Larry on the loudspeakers, and boy, that would piss him off. Honestly, you'd be talking to a sportscaster, he'd, come on, babe, come on, babe. And oh God, he would just get so hot about that.
How much longer did your TV career last after that incident, sir?
Let's see. Did some stuff with Fox Midwest. Applied for a job with Martin. He told me to take a hike.
No, that's what you said, Martin. You said take a hike.
Yeah. At least the formality. I got to at least sit down with him and.
I always wanted to hire Ablan. It just never worked out. That's true. It never worked out.
You
for
were
whatever
labeled
reason.
a prima donna because you insisted on the finest of accommodations.
That's right. They said, listen, if this guy can't sleep with cockroaches and urine on this, we don't want him here.
Spring training princess can't work here.
Spring training princess. That's what they call him.
That could be on the text inbox.
Yeah. Is it taken yet? Spring training princess.
Somebody can be spring training princess. You guys have a guest known for his aesthetics and styling, and we can't see him.
Oh,
wonderful.
I don't know how to.
It's just a black hat.
You want to sit here so people can see?
Chairman Kerr, would you like to issue a statement? You don't have a mic.
I'll switch places.
Can we somehow move the camera? So the handsome,
need to see me.
The handsome Jeff Ablan can be
the handsome Jeff. All right. Well, I'm sure we're late for a break. We'll break when we come back. Doug and Ablan are swapping
seats. Spring training princess over here.
Spring training princess.
He demands to be on camera.
Yes, he does. That's the deal.
Did you powder up for this?
I sure did. Thank you. Appreciate you asking.
Ladies and gentlemen, this program's called The Morning After. This is 101 ESPN. It's the Morning After. This is 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You're welcome to get involved by emailing in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Text in anytime you would like. Or call in. Jeff Ablan in studio with us. And Jeff worked with Doug at KMOV and worked with all of us at CBS Sports 920. Doug, one of our many low-powered AM radio outposts that we've been on over the years.
Were there any left that you hadn't stopped by? Maybe 1190.
We put a couple right out of business.
don't think we did 1190.
That was fun at CBS. Mark, you asked what I did after Channel 4. Tim was gracious enough to bring me on with the critically acclaimed.
That's right.
I mean, there's been some shows that Sports Open Line, TMA, maybe Afternoon Delight under there.
I think Afternoon Delight's probably third. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Maybe
who was on
the
Afternoon
press
Delight?
Oh, gosh, he's acting like he doesn't know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He's playing.
That's interesting.
Me and Willie Springer, Pat Emig.
Willie Springer.
Yeah. You remember Willie, don't you?
He worked at KTRS, right?
I know
with
Willie,
McGraw.
absolutely. And one of my Ron Jacober bits was with Willie's name because Willie had produced, and Jacober, let's go out of the full line. We've got Walt Jockey in there. And it's like, yeah, this is caller Bob. And oh, Willie, what'd you do there? Like, Willie would get called out by name whenever the wrong button was pushed. Well, Willie, I don't understand what happened, Willie. And it would always be Willie's fault. In fact, in my head all the time when something goes wrong, I'm like, what? Willie, what happened there?
Is that your best impression? What's your best impression?
I mean, LaRusse is his most famous impression, without question.
I think my best voice, because none of them are that accurate, at a Caliendo level. They're just more kind of bits.
Yeah.
But Rick Smith, who was the PR director, that's my best imitation, but it has no value because most people at home don't. Hey, little Mac, you got, hey, who's the hot shot next to you over here? What are you wearing, like a Mr. T starter kit around your neck? He's got a lot of jewelry on for a guy who's not on TV anymore. What do you do? You got a nice dog tag or something over there.
Yeah,
they're not happy with that in the YouTube chat.
Of course. They're not happy with the
Jeff.
necklace?
It says, nice dog tag, stolen valor's no laughing pretty boy.
Who was that?
That's from Jackson's drop auditor.
Jesus.
As you know, this program isn't for, if you're feeling bad about yourself, don't come on this program because they will kick you when you're down,
They
Jeff.
seriously do.
I told Tim I had a lift the other day after being discouraged. I looked over at the text line and it said, what a crap show. And Tim was out and Doug and I were holding down the fort and it just said, what a crap show. But I clicked on it and it went on a whole rant about the Cardinal front office. And I said, oh, they're the crap show.
Yeah, see? Look at that.
I felt better.
Now you feel better about the whole situation.
That's definitely good.
Goodness.
All these jerk-off texters.
You don't have your headphones. You can hear Charlie.
Chuck Marlowe with a great drop there.
I heard a drop the other day. I got my whistle is on there.
Your whistle?
Yeah.
What whistle?
It's like.
That's you?
That's me.
I didn't know that was you.
That's that.
From Sassy Cassie?
No, that's a totally different thing. I didn't know that was you. I always thought that was me, and I'm like, I don't think I can do that. But is that what it is? Did we just hear it, Chairman?
We have some Ablan drops.
I can't hear anything.
Well, Willie, get him some headphones. I would like to know. It's such an insider sports radio thing. But the drop, and I think this is when I texted you like a month ago, so you got to come on the show. The drop where you say, hey, we get it, fella. You work out.
Right.
And you said you don't know the origin.
I don't know. I like the Steve Savard angle. Like you played off that.
Like he's telling you to get over to the ballpark and he's bossing you around. And you're the young sports guy in the department, Savard. It's like, why don't you get out the door? He's like, we get it, fella. You work
out. Dude. The only thing I think of is we were going to Vegas around that time for my 30th. And so maybe it had something to do with us making fun of like what you see out in Vegas. I have no idea. I wish I had something cool, but I don't. Right. I don't know.
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
Right there. Enjoyed a dry rub?
You workout guy.
Let me put this on. Okay.
That's one of my favorite drops on this show.
Okay, this mic's not working.
Right up there with Larry Connors.
No, the mic's working.
I'll take an injection. Okay. Technical difficulties.
It's finicky. You got to kind of play with it.
Well, I did. You guys did something. I guess the P. Diddy robe thing doesn't play well now. The white P. Diddy robe.
Oh, that's right.
That's not playing well.
Is that in the drop folder?
P. Diddy?
That's right. Ablan's talking about how he had a white P. Diddy robe. Now, this predates the
allegations.
Were you at a Diddy party?
White?
No, I wasn't.
Like bathrobe?
There it was. Did you just hear it?
I went with that white P. Diddy bathrobe. Do you still own it?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not, yes. Okay, now I can hear everybody good.
This guy's okay, but taking the only eye candy off video is a rating smasher. Get Doug back on.
No,
This
come back
new guy
over
off
here.
the camera. That's
Doug,
from
get back
Mr.
over here.
Bojangles, Doug. Mr.
Spring Training
Bojangles.
Princess insisted he be on camera.
It's going to live on now. I like that.
Oh, that's good.
Guys, I was the hungover sports intern at KMOX in 2011 for Sports on a Sunday Morning. Martin, that Ron Jacober impression is spot on. That's from Al in Dadeville.
Al in Dadeville. Well, Willie. I actually saw Ron about a month ago at the tree lighting at Marie de Villa, and we were talking, and it's super polite and nice, and I kind of felt bad because when I'm talking to him, I kept hearing, Willie, you pushed the wrong button. I just kept hearing that in my head. Jeff, did you move here were you in Augusta, Georgia? I feel like you worked in Albany, Georgia?
Albany, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Similar to Augusta?
Not as nice.
Okay.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
Where is Albany, Georgia? I'm not even...
So go down really far south and keep going down south. I think it's the home of Ray Charles.
Is it like off I-75?
85.
No, we don't kill time that way.
No.
Do not ever go don't ever do
I
that
don't
kind
like
of
you
thing.
doing that. I don't like you doing that either.
We should just stop it.
Okay. Oh no, it's about an hour and a half north of Panama City, Florida.
Is that how you buy time? If your wife says, "What'd you get me for my birthday?" Go do.
Oh my God! I just said,
Don't do it.
Or you just repeat the question. What did I get for your birthday? Oh, that's a great question. Just repeat the question. If you don't know the answer,
make up the question, guy.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
Hey, Jeff Ablan is a wonderful sponsor of this program. He's online at jefflottmann.com. If you're in the market for a new home or you're selling your home, Jeff's with Compass Realty, and you can go to jefflottmann.com to find out about the various services that they offer at Compass Realty, including Compass Concierge. That's Jeff Lottmann online at jefflottmann.com. Yeah, jefflottmann.com. Compass Concierge, taking your home buying or selling experience to the next level. Whether you're preparing to sell or want to enhance your new space, Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront costs. Need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging. Compass Concierge has you covered. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt, and for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. And our guest here in the 9 o'clock hour, Jeff Ablan, and he's on camera because he's a spring training princess and needs to be seen.
Every day.
Yeah.
he's a handsome little devil, but he's dressed like he's about to do a burglary, I believe.
You think that's good? I like the look.
I like it. It's slick. He looks
burglary.
slick.
I like the all
You're
black
kind of
cardinal hat
all
too.
black with a
I
hat
like the
pulled
all black,
down.
Yeah.
Have you burgled any homes lately?
I have not. I have not.
This would be a great place to admit it, though.
Yeah, it would.
How about this? Radio Gold here. Well done. How about that, Jeff?
gosh.
You come in, Radio Gold. It's from the 314.
Okay.
Guys, Albany is Georgia's armpit. That's from Al in Dadeville, and he is a big Georgia Bulldogs fan, so he has ties to the state. That was a television market?
Yeah, kind of.
What's it near?
Yeah.
A lot of high school sports you covered?
We covered Buster Posey before he became Buster Posey.
Okay.
You know,
Oh,
so
you
that-
covered him in high school?
for a couple of months. Yeah, Buster Posey was down there. The best thing about working down there was a professional sports team, kind of like maybe like the Gateway Grizzlies, that kind of
Baseball,
professional team,
yeah.
right? And so one of the managers that came in when they were having a new team come down was Wally Backman.
Wally Backman, formerly the Mets.
Yeah,
He was a little spitfire.
Oh, he was
Banty Rooster.
awesome, and I learned a lot from him. And man, he ran that town. I mean, he would have
Really?
scotch in the clubhouse, and
Oh,
just
God bless.
I mean, he got suspended a handful of times, and he'd be up in the press box, come in and say, "Hey, what's going on, boys?" and just have a little thing of scotch and a styrofoam cup and
return.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
awesome guy.
Take the edge off.
Yeah, just a great guy. So
He had
no.
some outrageous tantrums on the field, didn't he?
Yeah. If you Google Southwest Georgia,
Don't tell me what
peanuts-
to Google.
I didn't tell you.
Okay.
He just told me.
So
It is
don't
off
Google that.
I-75, by
Is
the
it?
way. Yeah, I'm looking at
It's
it.
been a while.
How did Tim know where it was? and
Because
you
I'll
didn't?
drive down to Jupiter,
I know, but-
and I'll, but
But I mean, he lived there. He
I lived there about 4.5 years.
Most of Georgia's right off
4.5 years?
I-75.
You're right.
The best. So
4.5 years you were there?
About 4.5
Was it
years.
your
Holy
first
crap.
TV
Yep.
market?
And when, yes,
It wasn't a trick question.
I was thinking.
Stop
I
doing
like
this.
that.
Was it my first? Yes, it was.
One of the greatest stories that I covered down there was how sweeps in November and February or whatever it is. My GM, because they cut sports. from our department, like, hey, if you still want a paycheck, we're going to move you to news.
Nice.
So, you go from covering high school and whatever to, murders and all the stuff down there. There's a lot of crime down there. So Sweeps comes around and he's like, hey, listen, I want you to go undercover as a swinger.
No way.
True story. He's just like, listen.
I think I might have unknowingly done that this past Saturday based on what Joey Vitali was telling me.
We went. It was a 3-part series called Southwest Georgia Swingers. And
is this available on YouTube?
Not a ratings ploy or anything.
Is it on YouTube? Maybe.
Did you like that, Martin? He repeated the question. He's using all the tactics.
And I think that one, he knows the answer, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to share it or not.
I think that's a nice read.
Because I don't want the audience to be like,
the audio is about to be played here in a matter of moments now.
Kurt admitted yesterday that in high school he did a Justin Timberlake deal with his buddies called In Secment instead of In Sync. And then his brother-in-law sent in the video moments later.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
How'd that look?
I haven't seen it.
Southwest Swing? What is it?
Southwest Georgia Swingers.
So how was it? I would imagine it looked like a Victoria's Secret catalog.
No, because Swingers, it's not like, Doug's movies that he watches. It's these people, Tim, they're not attractive.
So what was your role? Were
bulkier?
Yes, they were very bulky. I saw some bulky women.
Clip that off. Were you undercover? So did you have a camera on you, or was somebody filming you from a distance? How did this play out?
I can't believe it, but I did get a lensman
really?
once in a while for this. But
you're like walking through a park or bar?
No, we went to
Waffle House, I would guess.
Oh, look it up on YouTube. Quit asking questions. God. We went to this. We went to a sex shop. It was off a street called Slappy Boulevard, which is, I swear to God.
Sex shop on Slappy Boulevard. Who wants the text inbox name?
And so there's this wall, and it's just like, hey, white male looking for couple, blah, blah, blah. And this is the Bible Belt. So he's like, hey, we hear that the leader of this Southwest Georgia Swingers resides here in Albany. I want you to go undercover and find out who it is. And I'm, 24. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do something. Let's go.
Journalism.
And so, we went and we got it done. And it was a little awkward because I didn't get in deep, but there were some people that were not happy when they found out that I was like, boom, gotcha.
Did you say boom, gotcha?
That was my catchphrase.
You're a sports guy at heart. You got to have a catchphrase.
Boom,
gotcha. You're on camera.
I busted the door. And I said, boom, gotcha.
Did they punch you or get physical?
No, but I will say this, and it's been, this was 2007, so hopefully the dude's not working down there. But we, when you're trying to get that break and sending different things to different markets, we found out that the main guy was the person that ran one of the big photo shops. So I would see him pretty much once a week and got to know him. And then it turned out that he was actually the ringleader of all of this. Now we didn't expose him.
So now was there crime going on?
What's that?
Was there crime?
Was there crime going on?
I didn't understand the question, so I decided to pause.
I just don't understand what the angle was.
The angle was to try to see how many swingers resided in the Bible Belt.
The angle was to get good ratings for the local TV station. That's it.
But I'm like,
there's nothing illegal going on.
There's nothing illegal going on. But we wanted to figure out who the guy that was running the whole thing. There was thousands and thousands of these swingers residing in the Bible Belt, and it was a conservative area.
Yeah, but nobody's doing anything wrong. Some people might find it to be immoral, but it wasn't illegal. So I guess Doug's angle is, yes, it was just, let's get something for ratings.
But your audience being the Bible Belt probably wanted these people exposed, too, is probably what the thinking was.
Correct, yes. It's the gotcha kind of angle of God, can you believe these people are doing this? I'm not judging. I couldn't care less. I just had to put together a 2-3 part.
But at that time, and I wonder if it was tied into, you remember we used to play the Chris Hansen drops from To Catch a Predator, which was right around that same time.
So it was popular type of journalism.
Right, but that was a crime. You know what I mean? Those people were soliciting underage kids to, meet up.
When you went undercover,
53-year-old
did you ever have to go under the sheets?
Did you bring my M&Ms?
Right there you go.
Sorry,
that was on
when
NBC.
you went undercover,
lying.
Did you ever have to go under the sheets?
I did not go under the sheets with a gentleman.
Boy, Doug is like Tom Cruise and you're Jack Nicholson. This is really a cross-examination.
This is exhausting. I'm not coming back.
Did you go on dates?
No.
Did you go on dates?
No, I just said I didn't go.
I think Jeff's on a delay.
Online, he calls himself a Latino man 559.
That's what it's like.
So how did you infiltrate this group if you didn't go on dates or anything with them?
I got in there and I got my hands dirty.
Oh, no.
I interviewed a sex therapist, the owner of the sex shop, a pastor. I mean, I did journalism.
Did you?
Fella? I don't think you can handle it.
But to learn who these people are and everything, you would have had to take a more active role, wouldn't you?
When we go to break, I will show you the clip. All right?
Cellulite on cellulite, brother.
You under the sheets?
No, I was not under the sheet.
Oh.
God.
Just trying to get...
I don't think I can be any clearer. I was not under the sheets with a gentleman or a woman.
Okay, but you did go on dates with some of them as a swinger.
No, we went on. We were texting and emailing and trying to. They were asking questions, and I was just like.
And then you would say, "Boom, gotcha."
And I walked in. I kicked it out. I said, "Boom, gotcha."
Those are the words no one in Albany ever wanted to hear.
Like Elliot Davis has you paid for it. I say, "Boom, gotcha."
How about this? Erin in St. Chuck, and by the way, she has pierced nipples, and she says this dude is hilarious. How about that?
Thank you, Erin.
There you go.
Nice
That's
nipples
support.
too. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I'm finding Southern Swingers Part 2 from Fox 31. But
was that your station?
WFXL. Yep, Fox 31
Fox
News.
is November 2009.
Oh.
Was it 9? Wow.
You can even join groups like the Southwest Georgia Swingers.
That's it. That's them.
And you were the one, this is the story, Martin. You've got it.
Well, I wonder if you're going to be able to find the video. I have
Jeff Ablan, you did the posting on November 10th,
There's the
2009.
ringleader. I see his photo.
Associate pastor at Sherwood Baptist Church, Stephen something or other,
Kendrick,
says he is shocked
and appalled
to hear the amount of swingers in Southern Georgia.
See? Tim, you'll love this.
What do we got?
You'll love this. So when we were putting together what Doug likes to call B-roll, still
I've
uses
never
that.
called it. It's an antiquated
That's right.
film
Doug
term.
would always say, hey, that's great sound, but do we have any B-roll?
Do we have any B-roll? And guess what? My news director said, I said, hey, listen, what are we going to do here? She's like, well, you can kind of look up anything, and then we'll have our editing department, blur out, the private areas.
No.
Put that off.
So we're in an editing studio, and I'm looking up pornography first.
Oh, no.
On our work computer, right? And
All in the name of journalism.
So the general manager just kind of comes in and checks on us, and she doesn't know that we're doing this piece.
Oh, outstanding.
And she sees this, and it's like a cartoon where the eyes, pop out.
And she said, bang, gotcha. Fat upper penile area.
And so she was appalled by it. We explained things. But when we did when it aired for the first time that initial night, right, I'm pretty nervous, because I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm, 25, and I'm got into an area where I'm just very unfamiliar. And so they air it at the 10 o'clock news, and there is something that we forgot to blur out.
Oh, like shrubs?
Yep.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Here comes the FCC saying, bam, gotcha.
I said, boom, gotcha. But no, we definitely forgot to blur one of the areas.
Oh.
And it was right out of the gate, too. It was like...
How long was it on the air?
Probably about 2 seconds, which is a million years in TV, right?
And how did that play with the listeners who wanted to call in and express their sentiments?
Nobody caught it besides me and a couple of people.
No
from the
way.
station.
Oh, so the gentleman wasn't well hung.
It was a woman. It was a
That would
woman.
have made it more alarming.
Yes. Yeah, and then she was...
But again, Doug, we don't kink shame on the program.
I do.
So
I
that's
kink shame.
one of the key things.
I definitely do.
All right, Martin's watching the story. He's writing down some notes on what he's
There's a lot to document on this segment. I don't know what's happened. Blues Predators tonight.
That's exactly right. Jim Dandy, pregame here on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. Design Air. You can send your emails in on Jeff Ablan's Emmy Award-winning story.
Thank you.
Southwest Georgia Swingers from 2009. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company, and he's been doing it in the St. Louis area for 4 generations. His family, his great-grandfather, his grandfather, his father, and now Seth, the Goldcamp family, 4 generations of taking care of St. Louisans. You run into issues with their heating system, that's going to happen. You go to designairservice.com. They're going to fix it. No upselling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. They're the longest-running sponsor on TMA for more than a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, and they are the sponsor of our email of the day. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chairman Kurt, do you have I know you don't have a mic. Do you have a looser filter than Jackson? Or you're usually the filter anyway, I guess. So you send them in today and see if you can compete for one of our final Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day competitions for 2024. You're listening to TMA. Jeff Ablan in studio with me and Doug and Martin and Chairman Kurt here on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurtz on the ones and twos. Jackson Burkett's vacationing at his parents' place in the Hamptons, and Jeff Ablan is in studio with us. And Doug is enjoying one of the donuts that Jeff was kind enough to.
Good to you.
You're going to be donuts. What flavor are you enjoying?
It's kind of like a bear claw, kind of cinnamon twist. So you go ahead and do the show without me. I'm not going to be much.
You okay over there, bro? You good? Mm. Oh, you really stuck that whole thing in, didn't you?
Great.
Oh,
I used to eat bear claws 2 at a time.
Charlie has made an appearance.
He's been all over the drop.
Was Vitali at CBC when you were there?
I believe so. I didn't.
Yeah, you guys are like the same age.
Yeah, I didn't know him. I didn't know him. I think he might be 2 years younger than me.
Yeah, a little bit younger, maybe.
Yeah. I do not know him.
Okay.
I do not know him. But no, He's had a hell of a career, right?
He knows Sidney Crosby.
Yeah. Martin, you have chocolate on your face. I'm just going to point that
Do
out.
I really?
Oh, yes, you do.
Wow, you really do.
These donuts are good.
Yeah, you guys had donuts before? What's wrong with you guys?
Jeff, in the 7 o'clock hour, we were discussing how we've traditionally done best sports moment of the year in St. Louis, worst sports moment of the year in St. Louis, and St. Louis sports person of the year. And you have just received a nomination from the 218 area code, Jeff Ablan, for St. Louis sports person of the year.
How about that?
Over Joey Vitali, by the way. So,
oh boy.
That's from Mailman Rob. So they're so impressed with your appearance here on the show that you are now nominated for St. Louis sports person of the year. Congratulations.
Thank you. That's quite an honor. I do appreciate it. Thank you guys very much.
When's the last time you were on TMA?
You came in like last year when we were down in the...
Yeah, hair restoration.
Yeah,
Doug,
right.
The sash.
You brought me a sash.
Yeah.
Isn't Doug's hair amazing?
It is fantastic.
Isn't it?
You getting play out there, bro?
Am I getting, what does that mean?
You getting play? Do women look at you differently?
No.
Yes, they do.
Because of my hair?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
You promise?
Yes, I promise.
Loki,
maybe if I wore the sash to bring more attention to it, that would help.
Where is the sash?
The sash is back in the old studio.
Okay.
I think it says Mayor of Toughtown.
That's right. He was. He was the mayor of Toughtown. Still is, quite frankly.
Were you in the back at Neiman Marcus, like stitching and ironing? Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm working on a Mayor of Toughtown.
I've got a sash from my former male coworker.
I haven't seen the guys in like 10 years, but I'm going to just pop in and say, boom, gotcha. Here you go. I got that off Amazon.
No one wants to hear that. Boom, gotcha. You are dead meat at that point.
The next time Ablan walks into the Dorsey household, I want somebody to yell, boom, gotcha.
Mark Dorsey, for the record, begged me not to come on this program.
Is that right?
Yeah, he said, please, just
for the sake of the family.
The family name.
It's true.
But, the hell with it. I'm here. I'm here.
It's too late now.
It's too late now. We're here.
We got you. Boom.
Oh, God.
What was the best story you covered in St. Louis?
Oh.
You were around for the 2011 World Series.
Yeah, Freeze was awesome.
Yeah,
that was good.
That's got to be it.
Yeah.
How can anything be better than that? But maybe you got something. Hell, I don't know.
Well, I will say this: one of the most memorable ones. Training camp. You can only do so many stories on the third string left tackle, whatever the case may be. And when, I think Doug and I were out there together. But anyway, so it's hot as hell, and we're out there. It's midway through training camp. You're trying to find a story to do something. Savard's like, hey, just get something for 6, and we could tweak it for 10. No problem. And so anyway, we're out there. And out of nowhere, you hear, okay, and out of nowhere, there's a giant ice cream truck that just bursts onto the field, going 120 miles an hour right past the players. And if you don't recall, in Ace Ventura, where Jim Carrey just swings the car around and says, like a glove. But anyway, so that's what it was. This giant ice cream truck comes out of nowhere in the middle of training camp, stops, and all the players rush this ice cream truck, and they're throwing out ice cream to the players, and the players are high-fiving. So Steve Spagnuolo, it would have been great if Belichick would have been like, oh, that's a genius move. God, what a great move to have somebody come out.
Lighten the mood for the fellas, have a snack.
And it's a damn ice cream truck just coming out of nowhere. And, we're thinking, what in the hell? This guy's got the worst record in the NFL, 15-57 or whatever the hell it was.
One of the 4 pillars was ice cream trucks.
Yeah. And so Savard's texting. He's like, hey, man, you got anything? I go, yeah, Steve, I think I'm going to switch it up on you. He goes, what's up? I said, Spags brought out an ice cream truck for the players, and we're going to go with that one. And it was just awful. Just one of those things that I'll never forget. Not trying to improve anything, but, hey, you know what? I'm going to throw out the ice cream truck. And that was one of the most...
became your story.
Yeah.
You made it sound like an errant vehicle was on the loose.
It
was invited by the team.
We have no idea where it came from.
Did you ever cover the team in Macomb, or were the hotel accommodations not good enough for you?
Spring training princess.
I like that. Spring training princess. No Macomb. But I'd have to say the Freeze one was pretty cool.
Were you in the building? Because Doug was outside doing a live shot while David Freeze was doing what he did.
Well, the playoff princess said, I'll go inside while you do the live shot.
Probably, yeah.
Actually, guys, this is going to surprise you. I was actually back in the control room documenting.
Log in the moment.
Logging.
Yeah,
Doug was out there. I was in the studio. And I think Feldman was actually out covering. The greatest thing about Dave's home run was I left for Cancun at about 6 hours later. So when that ball went over the fence, I said, cool, I'm out. I got to catch a flight.
Wow.
So
we're in St. Louis for Game 7 of the World Series.
Yep.
What a commitment to his craft.
Probably doing more swinging.
So maybe that's why they didn't re-up, because I don't think McLaughlin knew it. And so yeah, that was probably one of the But no, that from late October, late August, I had booked my hotel and airfare and everything down there in Cancun for my cousin's wedding. I said, these guys are 10 and a half out late August. No worries. And then they just kept coming back and back and back. And Doug, you were in Houston, I believe, when they clinched. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so when they took on, I believe, it was Philadelphia. Yeah. I remember asking Lance Berkman, I said, hey, listen, how much gas is left in the tank? I said, you guys, it's a historic run. It's never been done before. How much gas is left? And I remember him saying, he goes, I think we got something here. And
wow.
Lo and behold, there we go.
Yep. So you sort of started the run for the Cardinals by asking gas in the tank. I think you
gas in the tank.
Yeah.
I covered the rally squirrel, did a little live hit about that. That was impressive.
Yeah. I've said this before, and it's a compliment, but I think you and Rich Gould both would have been great game show hosts. And in all sincerity, I think you would have been outstanding with your personality.
Yeah, the energy, brother.
Energy. Yeah. And you could have gone a little bit Richard Dawson. You would have kissed a few of the gals, I think.
Oh,
up and down the dais.
It's not too late, you know.
It's not too late. It's not. You look, your youthful looks, you could get into the Seacrest entertainment realm.
Like to have his paycheck.
Doug, eat that donut, you beautiful, manly man. That's from the Tunneling Gerbil.
I just did. The donut's gone, folks.
Doug, do you like a chocolate Long John or vanilla?
Not chocolate. I don't eat a lot of donuts. But when you bring them in on a silver platter like this and you got that cinnamon twist, you know, I'll eat that.
Yeah, that was gone in no time.
Yeah.
This is great to see in the YouTube chat. We noted Erin in St. Chuck. She has her nipples pierced. And Stephen Mack. Doug, do you know Stephen Mack?
I don't think so. Maybe I do.
He says, Aaron's style question, can you talk my wife into nipple piercings? I'm asking for myself. And she says, Mac, I'd imagine it's a hard sell. She doesn't want them. They're fun, and the piercing proper didn't hurt from me own self.
Oh.
Appreciate it, Aaron. We're done with kids, and I think they're cool. I'll surprise her with an appointment and see how it plays out.
God.
One could easily argue there are adults who like
breath.
breath.
His family in there?
That's correct.
What the hell was that?
I don't
That's
know.
what goes on at youtube.com/TMASTL.
Joey Vitali just texted me, will you guys get your bleep together? This is a sports talk show. Is that a pot kettle coming from him?
Well, I'm currently conducting my own investigation. Jeff had his in Albany, Georgia. I have mine in Kirkwood, Missouri. And I texted my wife and said, Joey Vitali alleging you asked him to help you with your zipper on your dress. She wrote back, it was a jumpsuit with exclamation points. And I said, that's not what I asked. I said, is it true? And she sent back an emoji with an eyebrow raised, kind of like The Rock. And she said, it was the last 2 inches at the top by my neck. And another lady did it, but we joked with him as he walked by since he was the only one over by the bathroom. Oh, God, I've been cucked.
Yep.
How
God,
do you know
I've been
it's
cucked.
That's a cookie.
Where'd you get that from?
Do you think you could do a story on St. Louis swingers? Maybe get to the bottom of some of these Joey Vitali
Yeah,
parties?
exactly.
You want to join me in journalism?
No, I don't have the chops.
You do, Doug.
I don't have the
You got your
journalistic
new hair
chops.
going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're ready to go.
This could be
I'll
just be the anchor.
How many blue
Back to
blazers do you own?
3, 4.
3 or 4?
3, 4.
Gold
yeah.
button, silver?
Yes, you betcha.
Oh, what about khaki
I don't
slacks?
know. Khaki slack. Too many to count.
Hey,
God
you're
bless
a
America.
drop machine.
I would come in every damn day, and Doug would have a new pair of fresh khakis on.
Yeah, I got fresh khakis.
Shiny loafers.
Yeah. You like...
That was my outfit.
You like pleats, do you?
I don't care for pleats.
Clip that off.
There was a time when pleats were big, not so much anymore. Now it's a flat
What
fat.
era was
you
this?
should know this.
Since you're a fashionista, Neiman Marcus, what era was the era of the pleats?
Oh, pleats are blue.
Are they back?
I feel like at Busch Stadium, back fat is all the rage.
I'm on one of Doug's giggle things.
Even you are the drop of the week.
Where am I? What the hell were we talking about?
Pleats.
Back fat?
Back fat?
Khaki pants.
Oh.
Slacks.
Slacks.
Britches.
I know, pleats are coming back.
They are, Doug. See?
Yeah, okay. I got some in the back of the closet there. I'll pull them out.
You should.
Get them into the
Bring
rotation.
them up, we'll alter them for you.
Don't tell me what to do.
Oh, oh Jesus.
I've known Jeff since we were kids in Oakville. Always a great guy. That's from Danny Kinzel. And you can use my real name if you want to.
Yeah.
He goes by War Gerbil, but his name's Dan Kinzel.
No, okay.
You grew up in Oakville?
Yep.
So you got a lot of South County on you?
On me and in me. I do. Oakville, shout out. We used to get, I was very good friends with Phil Maroon.
Pat's brother.
Oh,
yeah.
We used to get that kid in headlocks.
You used to get Pat in headlocks?
Yeah, well, he was much younger than
You
us.
toughed around Oakville quite a bit.
Try that now.
Yeah, try it.
I was going to say, now it's like, oh, my God, yeah, you're kind of big, bro.
All right, one final segment here with Jeff Ablan, kind enough to join us here. It's TMA, and Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the program. They got an easy-to-remember number, 314-222-2222, or you can go online at brownandcrouppen.com. We had Terry Crouppen in with us, kind enough to come in with us on Tuesday, on Christmas Eve. And it's always great to have the guys from Brown & Crouppen on the presenting sponsor of the show now for the last year and change, and they are with us again for 2025. They are local, founded in St. Louis 45 years ago. And don't you want a local law firm if you're going to need the services of a firm like Brown & Crouppen? We'll have one that's been in the market, knows the legal environment. We know them, and we know that they're quality people. We know many people on their staff as well. You're going to get great service and great results. They're a strong voice and advocate for their clients, and they are local. 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know that you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
This is Chairman Kurt with another SportsCenter update brought to you by Johnny Londoff. Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. If you missed the Game Above Sports Bowl last night, you missed a great one as Toledo beats Pittsburgh 48-46 in a bowl record 6 overtimes. This has been another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Chairman Kurtz on the ones and twos with Jackson vacationing in the Hamptons. Jeff Ablan joining us for the 9 o'clock hour and brought in donuts and has swapped seats with Doug so he could be on camera because he wants to be known as the spring training princess.
That's right.
Insist on camera time. Insist.
I didn't get enough of it. I was only at Channel 4 for 2 weeks. I got to get something.
Jeff, did you know that in your Albany, Georgia days, this is from a texter, did you know the local sportscaster, Ducky Walls, he was the Rich Gould of southern Georgia?
I didn't know him. I heard of him, of course, but no, I did not.
Ducky Walls.
Did not know Ducky Walls.
Okay.
Sorry.
Jeff's taking your question.
Do you stay up on the St. Louis sports scene now like you did, say, a decade ago when you were... You do because you get to know the people because they come in and need your services at Neiman Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I don't follow sports as much as I used to. But I mean, you know who people are.
Because of your clients.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like a lot of the, and every sports team will spend differently. You know, like hockey guys aren't out there, you know, spending a bunch. The NFL guys were spending a lot. Ball players, depending on, you know, 5-6 years ago, like a lot of the Cardinals, you know, would come in. Some of the younger guys, they're just, you know, that's not really their thing right now, which is kind of surprising. You know, a guy like Harrison Bader, certainly, you know, love fashion. His outfits were a little out there, but that's his style. That's, you know, that's his swag. That's what he's about. So, but yeah, I mean, now a lot of the younger guys, I mean, you're not going to see, you know, you wouldn't have seen Paul Goldschmidt just come in and drop a bag or whatever. So you're going to start.
Do you have a problem with that, Doug?
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Drop a bag.
I noticed there's spots sometimes where I think Doug might not, and I wanted to make sure that he was fine with it.
It sounded like he was running drugs or something. He dropped off a bag here.
What are you accusing Paul Goldschmidt of?
You said it, not me.
You questioned it.
I assume he'd come here and you say, "How's your inseam, fella?" Something like that.
Oh, God. No, I don't question gentlemen's inseams.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I have to sometimes.
Absolutely.
Does the client listen to you? They're spending thousands of dollars. Do they take your advice or they say, hey, do what I told you. I want this, okay? You go back and sew it together.
I'm not a seamstress.
Why?
I'm not a tailor.
I understand.
I mean, what do you think I do over there?
I understand you're not.
Jesus.
Can you sew it all?
No, I can't sew. What about you?
A little bit. I can get a button back on a shirt.
You couldn't get a button on a shirt.
I've absolutely done it 100 times.
Promise?
Sure.
No.
It's easy.
It's not easy to sew a button.
Yes, it is.
You really think so?
Yes. Your generation can't do nothing.
Oh, Jesus. Now, what the hell were we talking about?
I was asking if the client...
God, we get so distracted on this show.
Well, we just snort up Ritalin all morning.
Jesus. Okay, go ahead.
If the client is paying you all this money for an outfit, do they listen to your input? If you say, oh, don't buy that, that looks terrible.
Yes.
Okay, so they do listen.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's about. I mean, I always tell people, when it seems whatever, and I know the audience will love this, but when you dress somebody, your reputation's out there. So you don't want them to say, God, you see Kilcoyne on the news last night? He looks like hell. Like, his shirt's terrible.
I'm going to wear a blazer.
Jackson.
I'm going to put Ablan's name, like a name tag on. Hello, my name is
Look in the credits at the end of the newscast. Factions by Jeff Ablan.
Yes, you guys could do that. But no, yeah, I mean, that's what you want. You start out, you let the client feel him or herself out, and then you jump in and kind of take control and take over. And like Doug, I know Doug's proportions. You're a 33 on the waist or a 32?
That's right. That's exactly
See?
right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
How's my inseam guy?
Well, drop him and I'll tell you.
Okay, that's enough.
Bill. I really didn't expect to come on this show and talk like this. It's just something about this building. KG, it's just something about this building.
Can't help it.
Well, I have never seen this side of you, Doug.
Mr. Big Cream says, I saw Lewis Hamilton shopping at Nordstrom, West County last week. Is that possible? The great race car driver, Lewis Hamilton, at Nordstrom, West County.
Martin, you cited him, Mr. Big Cream, as a source earlier.
He's breaking a lot of stories here.
Clearly. Kurt Russell came in a while back.
He did.
That was kind of cool.
Really?
Yeah.
What was going on there?
No idea. No idea.
So he just rolls up and says, "Hey, Jeff, can you fashion me up?"
Well, he didn't say me. He said,
was Goldie with him?
I'm in the middle of explaining something. What'd you say,
Sorry,
Doug?
I got excited.
Jesus, what was your question?
Was Goldie Hawn with him?
No, he was by himself.
Okay, now go ahead and
He was
finish
in
your
and
little
out.
story.
It was not a great story. You built up the hype. There was no story. He came in. We said hello. He said, "Do you have this shirt?" I said no, and he left. That was it.
Now, was he the biggest celebrity you've ever seen in the store?
Yeah, good question, Doug. Good question.
That's a good question.
Thank you. Stop it.
Biggest celebrity. Yeah, maybe. Oh, Chris Berman. I guess, does his daughter go to Wash U?
He has some
crowdsourcing.
You're crowdsourcing.
I heard he was dating a woman from St. Louis, and that's why you would see him at so many Blues games in recent years.
Is
Seriously,
that
yeah.
right?
Chris Berman. That was kind of cool to see.
I did not know that one. Okay.
You know. So yeah.
Did you work with him?
I did not. No. I did
I always found him to be, I'm assuming we've all interacted with him, he couldn't be more kind. That was my interaction. I know he got hit, like the...
He made Iggy Man.
Yelling at the crew.
Yeah, the yelling at the crew video. I don't know what happened with him at Iggy, but the yelling at the crew video that made its way around.
What about didn't he call a woman leather?
That's an allegation from a cocktail lounge in Scottsdale.
Sorry, I'm not used to this stuff anymore. Allegedly. Thank you.
Just throw it out there, whether it's true or not. You really were married to journalism for how long?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I would say Berman was cool, but Kurt Russell was probably the biggest one.
What would Berman say when he came in?
I feel you look great.
I want to put on a coat on my back. You know, something like, would he do material when he came in the room?
I like Charlie, definitely. 100%. Yep. 100%. But no, the Kurt Russell thing was cool, just because you just don't see, Hollywood people showing up to say.
Did he buy much?
Doug, Tim, I swear to God, I had this conversation. He didn't buy anything.
Oh.
And I
was gone. I was so upset by the Goldie Hawn.
Doug's in the early stages, Golden Pond.
Yeah.
Doug, why don't
you
come
thinking
by?
about Goldie Hawn.
Why don't you come by?
It's a little out of my price range,
no,
guy.
It's not.
Oh, gosh, it is.
If they had can they add a food court over there? They don't
have one.
Yeah, they look at a food court. There's no way. A food court at Plaza Frontenac?
What do you think?
It'll have like a Cardwell's in it.
I mean, really? What would they put in there?
I don't know. Maybe a Chick-fil-A?
No.
That's a hit anyway.
How about an Auntie Anne's, Doug?
Yeah. Well, the movie theater's going away, right?
God,
and that's the food court?
They took the popcorn out. Oh. The texters, the listeners, the best popcorn, unequivocally, is the popcorn at Frontenac.
Really?
100%.
What differentiates it from, Doug and I are more meat and potatoes guys.
They took it out. They said, well, we got to do some renovations and blah, blah, so we're going to get rid of the popcorn. But, I remember going up there one time because people would literally go there just to get the popcorn and leave, not see a movie. I was up there getting some popcorn. Nellie was in line. And I'm like, I said, hey, what's up? I said, what movie are you seeing? He goes, movie? He goes, man, I'm just here for the popcorn. Got his popcorn and left.
Wow.
That's good popcorn.
Is that what Kurt Russell did? He was really getting popcorn.
How much did Kurt Russell spend?
Oh, Jesus. Doug, he didn't buy anything. Okay. All right?
It seems
what if I give you a gift card?
It seems like any kind of salesman could have sold something to Kurt Russell.
You think so?
Yes.
Why don't you go into the fashion business?
Don't tell me what to do.
It was a question.
Okay.
Would you like to?
No, thanks.
Why not?
I don't have a lot of fashion
What are you doing
sense.
after 11 o'clock? Nothing.
Oh,
Sound
gosh,
story,
I am
and then you're
so
done.
busy. Research for tomorrow's show.
Which, by the way, Sound Story is awesome.
Oh, God bless. Thank you so much.
Sound Story is awesome. I'm so happy you guys are killing it with that.
Thank you, brother.
And that is such because I feel that as you get older, my business is closed, but who needs another sweater? Who needs another shirt? But if you can get your relatives, your mom, your dad, your uncle, whomever on camera and preserve those memories and their memories. That's just so cool what you guys are doing.
That's very kind
and that's
of you.
real talk.
That's kind of you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Jeff Ablan, kind enough to come in. I mean, a hit with the audience. What a hit with the audience you've been here today. Tip of the cap.
Thank you.
Martin, wonderful guest. Book. You booked Ablan, not Doug, not his former coworker. It's interesting.
I didn't want him on here.
Initially,
I didn't want him on here.
Initially, I booked him as a surprise guest that was going to walk in. And I don't know if you remember, but Jackson, the day before, we were sitting there. I was getting ready to leave. He goes, okay, all right. And you still got Ablan walking in tomorrow? And he kind of went, because you guys were, and luckily these two don't pay attention, Jeff. They didn't even notice that Jackson said it out loud. And I kind of went, and then we had to reschedule. I forget why, but we rescheduled. And this has been a
what a delight.
Holiday treat.
What a delight. A holiday treat. Jeff Ablan coming in. What a wonderful hit. We appreciate it, man. And congratulations. If you want to see Jeff, he's over at Neiman Marcus. And Doug, you're going to start working over there too because you guys heard Russell's.
I'm not taking a gig there.
Doug,
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
There you go.
And you see him in front.
Drop of the day.
Yeah.
We see a few. Doug, you can be my assistant.
I'm not going to be your assistant.
You knew that was
Doug, you can be my assistant.
They would have nothing to do with me there. I'd be a little out of place there at Neiman Marcus.
You think so?
Yes,
what do you got in a blue blazer back there?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Jeff Ablan. You can see him at Neiman Marcus. Wonderful appearance here on the program. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA. This is 101 ESPN.
True story.
All right, fellas, we're in the middle of a broadcast over here. Ablan, pipe down. I want to tell my friends about Massage Envy. This time of year, you can give folks the gift of me time. That's a gift card to Massage Envy, and going until December 31st. You got a little time left on this great deal. When you buy $150 in gift cards, you will get a free $40 promo card in return. You can keep that for yourself or add it to someone's gift. This time of year, folks are stressed out after all the holidays. Give them the gift of me time. You give them the gift card, then they can decide. A massage, a facial, a stretch session. Get that at Massage Envy, where better begins. The offer good. In location only, not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details. Massage Envy, the gift of me time. And you've still got time until December 31st for this great deal.
Well, Doug?
Yeah.
That was fun. Jeff was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, he's a fun guy.
That's the first time I've ever met him.
Really?
Well, he's a delight. You know what he is? He's a delight.
Well, yeah, he is a delight.
Sorry, I was back.
He's a little
coming back
spitfire.
late.
He's just a little spitfire, too.
Wasn't putting up with your crap. It was nice. Finally, somebody standing up to you and your attitude. That was refreshing. Yeah. That's what needs to go on in here.
Yeah, we've gone round and round.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. Our presenting sponsors, Brown & Crouppen, 314-222-2222, or online at brownandcrouppen.com. And you're welcome to email in our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, The Morning After, at InsideSTL.com. Call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Mark Milton, loyal sponsor of this program. He's online at stltaxlawyer.com. You know, that reminds me, he texted me earlier in the show when we were doing best moment in St. Louis sports this year, worst moment in St. Louis sports this year, and St. Louis sports person. He texted Tatum and Kachuk winning titles. So he texted. He's on board with the Chaminade St. Louis sports person.
I guess that counts, yeah. That's about as good as anything. It's something really positive, anyway.
Light year. Chairman Kurt, you got to do it. You got to pick somebody. Who you going with?
For sports person of the year,
I think I know who you're going to say.
I mean, by default, like I almost go back to Brady,
That's
but
what I
it's
thought
just
you would say.
It's hard to put somebody in that kind of position when, in all honesty, the season was a huge disappointment as him as a player and as the entire team. So I feel bad naming him sports person of the year.
So I wouldn't call it it's interesting you call it a huge disappointment. That surprises me. You call the season a huge disappointment.
Maybe not the season as a whole, but for what that offense, what we were told they were going to be, what we kind of thought they would be.
Part, relative to expectations, the offense, I agree on that.
Yeah, I mean, if they win this bowl game and have 10 wins, that's not a disappointment, but relative to what we kind of thought might take place, it's disappointing, and therefore I feel like he'd be backing into sports person of the year.
I follow you on that.
I'm going to nominate Mark Milton for sports person of the year.
Mark Milton is now nominated.
He's a big follower of St. Louis U Sports, big supporter, sponsor, also the Blues, Cardinals. He's all over the place, and he's there to help you if you should get sideways with the IRS. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens or bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night. All kinds of problems that you could face with the IRS, including possible criminal investigation. The godforsaken taxman does not play. If you've got problems with your taxes, you should contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. He provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the best in the entire country, and now he helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Guys, my nominee for best moment of the year is Bowtie saying the Cardinals are, quote, going to try. Sums up the state of the organization. I think he said they're going to try to trade Nolan Arenado. I don't know about the rest. I don't know about the rest of the plan. You can give your nominations. We talked about it in our Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkett Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. Best St. Louis sports moment of the year, worst St. Louis sports moment of the year, and St. Louis sports person of the year. And for the record, for the purpose of the conversation, the market includes the college teams and the college towns for the purpose of the conversation. Because if somebody were to say, Brady, Cookstown, St. Louis, Missouri, Champaign, Columbia, Missouri, Champaign, Illinois, Springfield, Missouri.
Yeah, it counts.
Yeah.
Just because you got to drive an hour and a half or 2 hours to get there doesn't mean it's not our sports.
That's right.
It is.
That's right. So you can look ahead to 2025. What would be the best case scenario for St. Louis area sports if we, at this time next year, we're saying this person was St. Louis sports person of the year? What would that mean? Maybe Jim Montgomery and the Blues with an unlikely run to the Chalice. Jake Neighbors,
save that for
Conn
next
Smythe
year.
winner. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would be the.
I don't know how realistic the Cardinal play would be, but I guess you would have to have Mason Wynn as the league MVP.
It's not likely.
Jordan Walker, how about that?
Well, as MVP?
How about that?
Okay, over Ohtani and Acuna and Freeman and these guys?
Yes, you didn't see him in September.
Okay.
Whew. I'm holding rights, baby.
Okay.
Bo Prabula this time next year. St. Louis Sports Person of the Year as he leads Missouri to an undefeated campaign. They're getting ready to take on Notre Dame in the Fiesta Bowl in the 2025 college football playoff. How about that?
It looks like he short arms the ball to me. I don't know if he's going to be able to throw it deep.
So you're not happy with the Bo Prabula play?
Well, I mean, I've not seen him play enough to know for sure. Just the highlights I saw, it looks like he short arms the ball. Like he could throw it short. I don't know if he throw it real long. Maybe he can. He can certainly run.
Max Duggan with the Battlehawks.
If the Battlehawks won it all, would that be sports moment of the year?
In different areas of the city, it would.
Yeah, I guess it would be.
You can give your thoughts, 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in Air Comfort Service. Text line, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin had onboarding, so he had to get out a little early today.
How long does it take to get your paperwork in order at this place?
He better not have left yet.
Almost 3 months.
Yeah, I thought you asked him to stick around.
I've told him multiple times, and it's important. So
wow,
he better
you are not happy. And now Chairman Kurt sideways with Martin and Jeff Ablan sideways with Doug Vaughn. Hell's breaking loose.
Right.
It's 101 ESPN. Back to TMA. Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton every Monday and Friday here on TMA. And we welcome the Colonel to the Collier and Thompson phone lines on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL, plus our Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. Morning, Colonel.
What's going on?
Hey, Martin was leading an investigation earlier this morning.
Okay.
TMA source Mr. Big Cream, we only have the biggest and best sources on this show, had told him that James Franklin is getting back into football. Is that accurate?
I have no idea. I guess, maybe. I don't know. In what regard?
I don't know.
Like
Martin said he said James Franklin tweeted it out. Is that what he was saying, Chairman?
Yeah. It's from what Martin said, it sounds like he was planning on making a comeback at the age of 33 to go be a Mountaineer.
Yeah, as a player. Can that even be legal?
In college?
Yeah.
I mean, why not? There's no rule.
There doesn't seem to be.
That's what I said. Because
you can do whatever you want now.
All right,
Diego Pavia sued for the right to for every American to play college football
in perpetuity. Yeah, so if Chase Daniel's interested, maybe he can come back, and Bo Prabula and him will have a nice little battle.
Yeah, it's like necessary roughness. Scott Bakula is going to come back
that's right.
lead the Armadillos.
Friend of the show, Sinbad, and Kathy Ireland also on that team, Doug. Colonel, the topic here on the program in St. Louis, in Kansas City, you have easy answers to this question. Best St. Louis sports moment. I'm not asking you this because I know you're not monitoring the Cardinals and Blues or Battlehawks for that matter, but you really should get on board. Worst St. Louis sports moment, and then St. Louis Sports Person of the Year. And I think the most votes we've gotten, which kind of speaks to the caliber of our St. Louis sports calendar in 2024, which we're well aware is much different than 250 miles to the west, with really both the Chiefs and the Royals, for that matter, is Brady Cook. And it's not like people are like, well, of course it's Brady Cook, but they're like, yeah, I guess it's got to be Brady Cook. And then for best sports moment, we got a couple of different ones with Brady Cook, whether it be Cook to Burden, again, isolating it before the comeback taking place on South Carolina's part, or Brady Cook, the hospital game against Auburn.
Yeah, I like the hospital game. I would think that would be the Mizzou moment of 2024. Yeah. I'm honestly a little surprised at Brady Cook I mean, he had a okay 2024, I guess.
Well, it kind of speaks to the caliber of the sports calendar on this side of the state.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like you said, I'm not following every step of it. I mean, kind of really with Missouri too, right? That the basketball was not great. The football was decent. You know, I mean, I guess this wouldn't relate to St. Louis, but if I was going Mizzou moment of 2024, it kind of has to be the win over KU, doesn't it?
Yeah, we did get some votes for the win over KU. That's true.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I was thinking, like, Luther Burden didn't have a huge 2024. You know, Cody was obviously gone, so yeah, I don't know. I guess Brady Cook's is as good as anybody.
The Chiefs have had some big moments, obviously, but we don't count that here.
A lot of people do.
Yeah. Nor should you, really. I mean, I don't know why you would.
Good for you for saying it. I mean, what Mahomes would be Kansas City Sports Person of the Year for 6 years running, I would imagine.
Eternity. I mean, yeah. However long, until James Franklin's done playing college football, that's how long Patrick Mahomes. You see, that's just tying it all in.
Yeah, nice callback there, Colonel. Any news with regard to this coming Monday's festivities whatsoever? Anything you're looking for? Anything of note?
Not really. I mean, I think, we know most of the guys who aren't going to be playing in the game, guys who have transferred, guys who are going pro. Chuck Hicks is not playing the final game of his 7th season of college football. Nice. He had tweeted out it was to spend, the holidays with his family. He has a wife and kid. And like I said, I think he's 25 years old, maybe 24, 25 years old. So that's not a shock. Other than that, I mean, I don't know, first team to 20 probably wins, I would guess, in Nashville, because you're talking about two fairly limited offensive teams who have become much more limited with the attrition of bowl season.
Is Cook playing? He's playing, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he'll play. But, no Burden, no Armand Mimbo, no Connor Tollison, no Brad Norfleet, who had shoulder surgery. So no Mookie Cooper, who's been out. It's a fairly limited roster.
What do you know about Bo Prabula? It's kind of hard to say.
Prabula.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a ton, honestly. I mean, we've seen him a little bit. He's got some, had some packages at Penn State, some playing time in relief of Drew Aller. A very, you can make whatever you want of the addition. On one hand, well, we know nothing about him, so it's disappointing we didn't get a guy who was a Power 5 starter. The other side says, well, we haven't seen him fail yet, so he's obviously going to be great. Next season relies very much on what he is, and I'm going to guess he wins the starting job. I suppose it's not impossible that Sam Horn would beat him out in spring football and fall camp. I would think that would be a little bit of a surprise if that happens, but next year is very much reliant on, hey, what is this guy, right? Did Eli get it right at quarterback after a few years of maybe not necessarily getting it right out of the transfer portal or out of high school recruits? So we'll see, but I think quarterback and offensive line very much will determine what we're talking about 12 months from now.
Gabe DeArmond with us here. He's brought to you by James Carlton. He's a regular on the program on Mondays and Fridays. As you know, I am a very happy subscriber of PowerMizzou.com, the Colonel's website, and I enjoy reading the Tigers Lair message board. Not really an active poster, Doug. But
You're not?
But
Well, you should be.
You think so? You think I should post on there?
Yes.
I don't think I have a real high approval rating on there. But either way, I enjoy reading it, and I saw a thread titled CFP OT rules. Colonel, you and I have been in lockstep on our hatred of the new college football playoff overtime. I don't know how many people around the country are aware, truly aware. Like, I get degenerates are watching Pitt play last night against Toledo and betting on it, and they, hardcore college football fans are up at 11:30 at night watching Auburn and A&M go back and forth through 8 overtimes. But if you did get to overtime and it would go to a third overtime in the college football playoff, would the overtime go to the 2-point conversions, or do they change it up, kind of like baseball does, NFL does for the postseason?
As far as I know, there's no difference. I would
My
think
God, can you imagine that 2-point conversion nonsense? Because that's what I thought was going to happen with Missouri and Vanderbilt when that crap was going on. And fortunately, Missouri was able to dodge it. But I can't imagine.
I mean, like the A&M Auburn game that you mentioned, like at the time, A&M was very much in playoff contention. Right now, they didn't end up there, but had the rest of the season gone a different way, like they might lose out on a playoff spot because of a 2-point conversion. Or what about Ohio State, Oregon next week? A really close game last time.
Yep.
If we are determining a spot in the Final Four on a 2-point conversion contest, like forget anything else anybody has a problem with. Like that has to change.
Could not.
And they
agree
talk
more.
about. They say it's for player safety, but they don't care about player safety. Come on. I mean, they're playing into mid-January and starting in August. They don't care at all. It's an easy, politically correct thing to stand behind, but it doesn't matter.
So how would you fix it? Just keep playing from the 25-yard line until you get a winner?
No, I hate starting on the 25. Why should you start in scoring position?
Do you like starting on the 50? That's Scott Van Pelt's idea, and I like that.
Yeah, the 50, your own 40, something like that. Give me at least – you have to get 2 or 3 first downs to get into scoring position, right? And somebody's going to do it and somebody's not going to do it. And I'm fine with that. Like, you're not probably going 7 overtimes if you start at midfield. I'm good with that. But because – what do we see all the time? If the first team doesn't score, then the other team just like runs the ball into the middle of the line 3 times and kicks a 40-yard field goal. Right. You've done literally nothing to earn winning that game.
I couldn't. For the life of me, and I'm sure they've discussed it, so I just don't know what the downside is to the 50-yard line thing. When I heard Van Pelt talk about it, him and Stanford Steve, I go, yeah, why don't they do that? That's the solution. Right. That's it. Because you got to pick up most likely about 15 yards. Yeah, we see some guys bomb them. We obviously saw Mevis with the kick to beat K-State. But for the most part, you're going to have to pick up some semblance of yardage and not just be in field goal range and potentially have unending overtimes. That to me is the obvious solution.
Maybe they think it's more exciting to have multiple plays that determine the game with these 2-point tries.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but here's my biggest problem. It's not football. Like, you're playing a different sport than you were playing for the 68 minutes it took to get there or whatever. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and so it'll be the highlight of the country's conversation on January 2nd if one of those games ends with the 2-point conversion back and forth. And again, because I think the majority of fans, casual college football fans, have no idea that is actually how games are determined if it goes past 2 overtimes. And I think all hell will break loose. Mr. Sider says, I remember Tim saying cats and dogs in reference to the 2-point conversion playoff at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I just remember sitting there, and I think I was probably following you on Twitter from the stands at Faurot Field, Gabe, when Missouri and Vanderbilt were playing, and I think you might have said, hey, I don't know if people know this, but if Vanderbilt kicks his field goal, this thing will become a 2-point conversion contest. And I'm going, oh my God, that's right. I forgot about that. Imagine if a college football playoff game comes down to that, and there's no reason to think that it's not at least a healthy possibility. So hopefully, in a way, it happens, and then it leads to the end of it. And I would love to see the 50-yard line thing. I don't know. It, to me, strikes me as a solution. What do you think of the NFL's current one? Because as a Chiefs fan, you actually get to be emotionally invested in this, and you've experienced it.
So, I like that both teams get a chance to have the ball. I don't like that it's a different rule in the playoffs than it is in the regular season. I don't really understand that. Like in the regular season, if you get the ball first and you score a touchdown, the game's over. But I think that's not true in the playoffs. I think, if you score a touchdown, the other team still gets the ball. I don't really understand why getting into the playoffs is a different set of rules than once you are in the playoffs. But at least it's football, and both teams have a chance to have the ball. And, that changed after the Chiefs-Bills game, actually, a few years ago, which it was interesting that people were very angry. Both teams did not get the ball then. They were significantly less angry 3 years before when Tom Brady got the ball and Patrick Mahomes didn't. But whatever.
Colonel's crying conspiracies.
He is. One of the crazy things about
it's tough to beat a team that gets all the calls and all the breaks. Right?
That's whining there. That's whining.
Hey, it sounds like us after Super Bowl 36.
Right.
Or after the Rams moved.
Well, one of the crazy things about the college football playoffs is lately there haven't been a whole lot of even close games. Remember Georgia beat TCU 65-7, and last year Michigan won by 21. None of the first-round games this year were particularly close. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think first of all, I don't think there's that many good teams, right? This year, there's 5, maybe 6 teams could win the whole thing, I guess, which is actually more than usual. But also, we see this all the time in championship round. I remember when I was growing up, we went 15 years without a competitive Super Bowl.
That's
true. And the reason's pretty simple.
I do remember that.
Because you get into the third quarter of these games and you go, well, this is it. We're done. There's nothing after that, right? So it's not like, hey, you're playing to keep it close or anything like that. It's just the last round. You're going to put it all out there and maybe go for things you wouldn't go for in other situations. But also, then once the result becomes kind of inevitable, I think everybody just goes, yeah, whatever. Let's just get to the end of this. And sometimes that can lead to, an extra 21 points that wouldn't otherwise happen. But yeah, it was bad for the first round, but I would think we'll get at least a couple of good games. I think Oregon, Ohio State should be really good. I think Boise, Penn State has a chance to be pretty good.
I agree with you. Me and you were in the minority on that one. People think that's going to be a blowout, and it is a big spread, so I understand it. I'm intrigued to see how Boise fares in that one.
Boise hung with Oregon at the beginning of the year, and there's no reason to think Notre Dame, Georgia, especially with Georgia's backup quarterback, can't be a good game. So let's kind of see what this week is like before we just decide to blow up the entire playoff system.
Yeah. Hey, Colonel, you've gotten a chance to see so many Super Bowls and Mahomes runs. I'm curious because we do have a lot of Chiefs fans here, for better or for worse. It's certainly a big thing on this side of the state now. It's like you can tell when you got a team that you got something. You can tell when they're kind of fraudulent. I bet we both kind of knew after the A&M game that okay, that isn't what a championship team does. So what the Chiefs do you watch the Chiefs and go, Yeah, this one probably isn't it. Or you going, hey, man, now they've actually beaten a team that's a playoff team by a decent margin. I think that this team actually can probably do what they've been doing here the last number of years and go on one of their standard runs into the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, a month ago I would have said I don't really see how this team's good enough to win the Super Bowl, but now they're getting healthy. They're playing pretty well. They've got 3 weeks off, and they've kind of become that. It's what everybody used to say about Brady, right? I would never bet against him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't really care what he did all season long. Like, you have to go beat that guy in a January game, and that's what Mahomes is at this point. Like, until Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson does it, it's kind of hard to see it happening.
It will have to go through Arrowhead Stadium no matter what. And I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. The Steelers kind of look like, like SMU or Indiana.
Steelers aren't good.
Yeah, I mean, they got a decent record, but I don't think anybody really takes them seriously at the moment. And
the Bills and the Ravens are the only two good teams, and they're going to play each other. So the Chiefs only have to play one.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, you might get it again. Do you feel like Kansas City fans are getting spoiled? Because I do think that happened on this side of the state. It is going on over there.
Oh, completely,
Really?
and has been for a couple years at least. Yeah, no question. Very spoiled. I mean, this team is 15-1, and everywhere you look, the only talk is, why do they kind of suck? No, completely spoiled. But as long as you recognize that, it's okay. It's good to be hated because nobody hates teams that aren't good.
That part's true. I really do, because at this point I got no emotional involvement one way or the other. I wish they would have beaten the Bills and we could maybe see some history. Which is
needed the loss.
Well, I know you're looking at it from a Chiefs fan's lens. I don't have an emotional attachment, so I'd be like, oh, that would give me something to watch. Do you feel like it's inevitable that if they were to get past the Bills/Ravens, that they're playing the Lions, or do you look at another team out there? Eagles? Eagles are beat up.
I'm rooting for the Falcons to make a big run.
Oh,
maybe.
the Falcons, Doug.
Nice. I'm rooting for the worst possible NFC team to make it.
Yeah. Oh, you got quite a little situation.
The
down
Lions would be okay, though, because the Lions would be the only team that, if the Chiefs played them in the Super Bowl, I would be fine with them losing. Because, Detroit...
You'd really be fine with the Chiefs losing the Super Bowl? Really?
I mean, I would root for the Chiefs, but if they're going to lose one, Detroit fans, they've been through some stuff, man.
How about that? Boy, that's when you know you got a lot of Super Bowl championships, when you're fine with losing one.
Right.
God bless.
The Chiefs had several close calls this year, including when the Broncos clanked a field goal there that would have beat them. I suppose that's what people remember is, we're lucky. But it's hard to get lucky and go 15-1.
Yeah, no, it was all, there was a blocked field goal. There was a fumbled snap, I think. There was, they've won in some really stupid ways. I've joked with friends that the next way they're gonna win a game on a Hail Mary because the opposing DB gets struck by lightning.
Oh, wow, in the middle of the throw.
I can't think of any dumber. I mean, I hope he lives, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But
just burned a little bit.
Games in as dumb a ways as they can win.
I don't think you're going to see much as far as the roster goes for the Broncos game to wrap things up next Sunday, but they will have another week off, and then back at it they go for another run. The Chiefs, an adopted franchise for many in St. Louis, and the Colonels team from birth. Gabe DeArmond with us every Friday here on TMA, brought to you by James Carlton, and on Monday, Missouri and Iowa taking place Monday. Doug, that's a 1:30 kick.
Okay.
If you're interested in watching the Music City Bowl.
Well,
Colonel,
sure.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend, sir.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All
It's
right,
Gabe
thanks,
DeArmond, the
Gabe.
Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Can you tell me about Design Air?
Yes, Gabe's takes are so hot, we don't really need this particular room to be warmed up anymore. But if he can't come to your house and warm things up, maybe Seth Goldcamp and his team of technicians can. If you got any kind of problem with your furnace, this is the guy to call. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Have they been around a long time? Yes, they've been around since 1904. This is now a fourth-generation St. Louis business, and you don't hang around that long in a town like St. Louis unless you are doing it right, and you get that great word-of-mouth advertising. People get to know you because you take care of other people. Seth Goldcamp and his team take that reputation very seriously. They will never try to upsell you, never try to fix something that doesn't need fixing or throw a lot of parts you don't need. That's just not how they work, and that's why you can trust them. They're best known for their honesty, and they go way above and beyond the call when they are out to service your furnace. For all your heating and cooling needs, you need to choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. I've had them out to my house several times. Just fantastic people. Their website is designairservice.com. That's designairservice.com.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor the email of the day, which you can participate in by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming up. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. We're way behind on the clock, so Doug, we need to get in, we need to get out, and then we'll come back, and then we'll have that Design Air Heating Cooling email of the day. Joey Vitali, Jeff Ablan, Gabe DeArmond, all guests of the program here today on 101 ESPN. If you missed anything, Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the TMA STL app, which you can download. That Schaefer Door Company online at schaeferdoor.com. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan to tell you about aesthetic design and build. I went out there and I got a chance to meet Dan and his team with their showroom in Chesterfield Valley and got to see all the different types of custom work that they're capable of doing. The full-on custom decks that they do really separates aesthetic design and build from the competition. But it's not all that they do. They do pergolas, and then if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they can do that for you as well. They really do have answers for it all. You can see it for yourself in their showroom. It's in Chesterfield Valley, or go online at Aesthetic Design and Build. Plus, you can call them at 636-532-5008. That's Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. They just have a great referral base from customers who have had wonderful experiences with them over the years. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or call them at 636-532-5008 and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues back on 101 ESPN tonight. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. You've got NFL football on 101 ESPN all weekend. Blues again on Sunday against the Sabres. Pregame at 1 o'clock. This has been another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American standard and heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, we got another quick segment, and then we'll come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is 101 ESPN. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Here we go.
Okay. All right.
Guys, Plops here. I have to say I'm 100% with Doug on this one. Let's have the guy take his clothes off and stand on a stool so we can get a good look at him. That's from Misty Plops.
What do you mean he's up with me on that? Misty Plops. Not sure what that meant.
You're the one who came in here and said you want this guy to stand up and take his clothes off.
Who about who?
Misty Plops said it.
But who did I say that about?
He wouldn't lie.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Doug, you're outnumbered on this one.
I am listening.
You know that thing when your wife makes you go on a double date with a new couple? Inevitably, the girls go to the restroom and you're left alone with a stranger, forced to make awkward small talk. The end of yesterday's show was exactly like that nightmare scenario. Tim was off, Martin left, and KG and Doug had to limp to the finish line all alone. Just two dudes, confused why they've been abandoned, desperately trying to think of something clever to say. When Chairman Kurt finally signed off at the end of yesterday's show, I could hear the pain in his voice as he let out a little defeated sigh at the mere thought of returning for more hitchhiking talk on Friday. But what to my wondering eyes did appear? It was the talented Tim McKernan in his sexy, rugged beard. Doug, is that some kind of...
I don't know what this fella's talking about.
Welcome back to the Carport King. We were lost without you, sire. I like that. I like being called sire.
I don't care for it.
The next time our savior's gone, do us all a favor and simply broadcast 4 hours of dead air. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, 2 NFL teams combined for 9 points in a 60-minute game with 0 points scored in the second half. A bunch of NBA teams played last night, but I don't know what happened because Libby Jack isn't here to spam us with NBA scores and his Sports Center updates. Some other guys stuck working at sports radio this morning. What a phrase. Some other guys stuck working in sports radio.
Like it's a dead-end job. I guess it is for some.
Stuck working in sports radio this morning or workshopping a new Mount Rushmore, like a literal Mount Rushmore. But I think the lead is what the wives was that wives were getting topless at Joey Vitali's Christmas party. I guess we can kill 15 minutes by ranking the best and worst local sports moment of the worst sports here in any of our lifetimes. Best sports moment, Dylan Holloway telling Zach Bolduc to take his shirt off following the Blues win at Madison Square Garden in Jim Montgomery's first game as head coach. Worst sports moment, the Cardinals extending Ollie Marmol coming off the worst Cardinals season in 33 years, further signaling to the fan base that mediocrity is not just tolerated, it is rewarded. Sports Person of the Year, Doug Armstrong, for taking decisive action to correct course, successfully prying Broberg and Holloway from Edmonton and bringing in Jim Montgomery and giving Blues fans reasons to buy into their team. You know what? Buck Swope should be hosting. He's exactly right.
Maybe he's
the way he wrote it makes the case. I think that probably is it. I enjoyed hearing former Afternoon Delight host Jeff Ablan reminisce about his time literally slumming it in local media before he wised up and got out of the business. Anytime I think about Afternoon Delight, I remember Willie being outed as having a fan page burner named Emily Rask, which used a photo of Paulina Gretzky when the cat discovered Emily Rask had commented, quote, "Willie is my favorite" on the Afternoon Delight Facebook page. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. That's some Buck Swope, 2003 graduate of the worst school in America, according to Libby Jack.
He didn't like that.
That was the Miami, Ohio.
Did not like that at all.
Criticism of Jackson Burkett. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
I think there's only one choice, and that's Buck Swope.
Yeah, Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We win by knowing the people at Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. That's the entire staff, and that's Ryan Seiberg and the wonderful people in their service department. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Chairman Kurt, wonderful job filling in, Chairman. For Jackson Burkett. For Martin Kilcoyne. For my brother Kevin. For Douglas Sullivan Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.